And we are back. We are back. We are back. We are back. Welcome back to the Random Show with your friend, your host, your confidant, the person you wish you never knew. It is AgostinhoZinga. How you doing? How you feeling, people? Great, amazing. How am I? I could be better, but I'm good. I could be better, but I'm good. I could be better, but I am good. I have actually just received some really nice shoes that I'm happy about. I'm happy about receiving some really nice sneakers. I got a pair of the John Greigers, the GF004s that I can't wait to review. I'm probably going to do that in the AgostinhoZinga show because this is mostly, comedy, pointing and laughing and stuff. So we'll probably leave that for another day, but that's a good thing. I'm probably going to have dinner later. That'll be a good thing. And then, of course, looking forward to England playing Spain in the Euro 2024 final. Can't wait. I'm super excited for it. Really going to be a good game. I don't really care about who wins. I'm not going to lie. The fact that England have got to the final has been great. I think it's kind of restored the feeling in the nation, especially off the back of the Labour majority win in the flipping elections. I think it's restored the feeling, even though we all know Labour winning isn't necessarily going to change the country for the better. The Tories might not be they might end up being not as bad as we first envisioned or first experienced, blah blah blah. Just that minor positive feeling is good, just that real good, that good vibe, that good vibe is good. So I'm looking forward to this weekend. It's going to be a good one. I hope you guys are having fun as well on your weekends, wherever you may be. If you're not having fun, hope you're doing something productive. Hope you're doing some good life admin stuff. The other day I was sorting out my wardrobe because I've got 1,000,001 t-shirts. Some of them, unfortunately, now have expired, which is always painful because I've got some really good band t-shirts that I've had to throw away because the fabric just stinks way too much. I already bought them because that's the thing. I bought vintage t-shirts in the past for a lot of money. I spent like £200 on a t-shirt before. But unfortunately, these are vintage t-shirts that were heavily worn by their previous owners, and they've been sold for an exorbitant amount because they're probably a legendary band, a legendary album, a legendary tour that I'm now wearing. But these last few years, I haven't been wearing band t-shirts. It hasn't really been my steez, and I haven't really been going out as often. So on top of losing my Balenciagas, I had these Balenciaga Triple S's, which I'm sure some of you guys hate or don't even know what they are. But I had the original Balenciaga Triple S in black and white, or it's mostly the black colorway with a bit red on it. And it was the original ones that were made in Italy. So I got one of the first batch of when they were made. I put my name on the list. I got them. And unfortunately, because of the pandemic, I never wore them because we didn't go out for like 2 years. Then when I opened the box, I realized I didn't put a gel pack in there. And guess what? The whole midsole was cracking. So as I was walking to go out one night, I just saw like a trail of like white flakes behind me. I was like, what are all these white flakes? I look at my shoes and I'm like, no, my babies have gone. So the shoes were bad enough. Cool. They're just shoes. I can get another pair. Even though the pairs sold now aren't made in Italy, and I think the made in Italy ones were better quality. Now the ones that are made by Balenciaga are made in China, and I feel like the quality ain't as good. That's a by the by. I can replace those. But these vintage t-shirts I can't replace. Some of these are one of one. Some of these are one of one. I have like amazing Deftones, Cancer Bat. Cancer Bat's like a recent band, but you know what I mean. T-shirts that unfortunately I can't wear anymore because the fabric is just too stinky. No matter how much I wash it, the fabric is just expired. And that's been hurtful. But it was nice to organize my cupboard and my shelf. I did feel pretty good about it. It gave me a good positive feeling. Maybe it's the OCD in me. Maybe I'm tapped. Maybe I'm disturbed. Maybe I need psychiatric help. I don't know. But I do love rearranging my wardrobe and making sure everything is in order. Sometimes putting in color order, size order. Sometimes I'd go extra deep and I'll do like band order, by alphabet, by date release, all that nonsense. So it's a bit crazy. But regardless, who cares? You're here for comedy. You're here to laugh. Hope you do laugh and here for comedy. The computer's reset. We're nice and clear. We're ready to go. No skips, no stutters, no nothing. Just nice, clean fun. Cool. Let's continue. Big up the stream chat. Everybody in here, appreciate you. I see you, Damaz. I see you, Brian Luro. I see you, Corey Mace. Wagwan Uche, my love. How you doing? Hope you're well. What's good, Chris Mack? I see you. Omar Ramos, I see you as well. Everybody in the stream chat, thank you for joining me. I appreciate you as always. Never take these streams for granted. So thank you for being here with me. You could be anywhere in the world, but thank you for being here with moi. Cool. Let's continue. First things first. The Nepo Baby debate is tired. I know. The Nepo Baby debate is tired. It's been beaten like a dead horse. It's over. You're over it. I get it. You're over it like the Drake and Kendrick beef. I get it. But I've always been fascinated by the inability for people to miss the point. Because I've listened to Tim Dillon actually speak about it just now. Tim Dillon's actually premiering his latest episode of his podcast, episode number 399. Check it out if you like Tim Dillon. I love Tim Dillon. It's one of my favorites. Him, Bill Burr, all those type of guys. You see my style. You see what I do. I kind of try and copy them, emulate them, surpass them. Because I'm black, obviously, and black is great, and we are kings. But in general, I heard them speaking about the Nepo Baby thing, and I find people just miss the point. I feel like the Nepo Baby debate is more so the struggle of us regular civilians to understand how the industry works and the realization that it's not a meritocracy. That's what's annoying to regular people. I don't think industry people being annoyed about Nepo Babies is important, because he was talking about, oh, the only people I hear complaining about Nepo Babies are people in the industry. Not true. I understand why some of the industry would be jealous and would be upset if a Nepo Baby gets a position that they're meant to get. But I think the reason why the Nepo Baby debate was so intense was because regular people who are trying to get into the entertainment industry, like me, like other people, realized once they got in that a lot of the people that they look up to, a lot of the people who are maybe in front of them, are only there because they're Nepo Babies or because they come from rich families. That is such, I don't know why it's so heartbreaking. Maybe because there's a history of the arts being incredibly accessible, and maybe with the arts it gave working class, middle class people an opportunity to maybe traverse up the class ladder. Maybe it gave them a chance to maybe take their families out of poverty. Maybe. But it is quite upsetting and very depressing when you do finally get into the industry and you find out that most of the people who are at the top are only there because of connections and because they've got loads of money. The connections obviously help. It's a no-brainer why that helps. But the money thing is really important when you're coming into entertainment or the arts, because in your beginning part of your journey, you don't make any money. And if you're really honest, the only reason why people make it some of the time, the majority of the reason why a lot of people make it in the arts is because they were able to survive. It's almost like, how long can you survive without making money? That kind of determines your success. And if, like, I look at fashion being a good example. When I get into fashion, when I was first interning at magazines, interning at labels, interning at agencies, interning at showrooms, it was honestly very enlightening to find out that the majority of the girls and boys and the gays and the guys in there who were successful, who were in the positions that I wanted, didn't pay much, but, you know, still a good lifestyle decision. They were mostly there because they had parents who could legitimately pay for them to move to London, pay for their rent, pay for their phone bills, pay for their, you know, groceries and stuff, which then gave them the ability to work for free or to work for a train ticket. Because I couldn't do that. Because I wanted to, like, live on my own. I wanted to, you know, whatever. I wanted to do stuff. I couldn't afford, to work for free for long. So it had to be only short spells. But if you work for free for short spells, you don't have the opportunity to make an impression. You don't get the opportunity to maybe take advantage of somebody when they get fired or they leave. So those things happen. So I think when the Nepo Baby debate started, I think it was mostly regular civilians realizing that the game is rigged, basically. It's unfair. It is the way it is. You can't change it. But I think it's that. And the other thing that was really annoying was hearing Nepo Babies dismiss or lessen the impact that their parents' careers or their parents' legacies have had on their ability to do what they were doing. That was the most annoying thing. As if like, it didn't help at all. I remember the one example was Lily Rose Depp. And Lily Rose Depp, I don't mind her. She does come across like a little bit, a little bit of a cunt, but, understandable because she's a rich, young, attractive model girl, whatever. But when Lily Rose Depp got the role of the Idol, she was essentially saying that she got that purely based on her acting skills. Now, I've watched The Idol. I'm a big fan of The Weeknd. I'm actually a Weeknd stan. I defend The Weeknd from here until the end of the earth. But let's not lie. Lily Rose Depp was awful in The Idol. She didn't get that role because of her acting skills. She got that role in part because of who she is, in part because of her parents, in part because of her look, whatever. But there's a lot more that went into her getting that role apart from her actual skills and acting. But the reason why she was in a position to even get the role was because of her fucking parents. That obviously helps. Obviously, because you're learning the business from young. You get experience that people from the outside can never buy. They can never have access to. It's something that's only kind of reserved for the rich and the privileged, which is part of being rich and privileged is, you know, enjoying the fruits of that richness and privilege. It's not a bad thing at all. But it was just annoying to hear people dismiss it, diminish it, act like it's not important, and that we were all on an equal playing field. We're not on an equal playing field. Life is not really a playing field at all. It's just about you trying to, you know, figure out, script and scrape whatever you can from what you can get it. Now, all of that blurb to say, it's so refreshing to finally get a reasonable, rational, level-headed, grown-up response from a Nepo baby acknowledging that being a Nepo baby has its benefits. That's all people wanted. And essentially, this Jack Quaid guy who's in The Boys, who's the daughter of a fucking Meg Ryan and his dad Quaid something, I forgot his name, I think Dennis Quaid, he completely killed the Nepo baby debate by acknowledging it and saying, of course, it had an impact, and just moving on. Because the fact is, this Jack Quaid guy is actually a good actor. He's actually pretty decent in The Boys. I quite like him. He comes across pretty nice. He comes across pretty well. But all the Nepo babies have to say was this to kill the debate, and everyone would have been fine with it. Jack Quaid on a Nepo baby label. I'm an immensely privileged person. Was able to get a representation pretty early on, and that's more than half the battle. I knew the door was open for me in a lot of ways that is just not for a lot of actors, and I've just tried to work as hard as possible to prove that I deserve to walk through that door. And that's all you ask. Because it must be, just imagine this for example, it must be really hard for a successful actor, a successful director, a successful whatever, to have a child and then for that child to be utterly talentless, to have no ambition, to have no drive, no nothing. It must be super depressing as a parent to know that you worked extremely hard for this amazing mansion, that infinity pool at the back, the horde of cars or the fleet of cars in front of your fucking house. It must be so upsetting as a parent to be like, rah, I did all of that work. I sucked all of those, you know, PPs. I offered my air hole to all these people, and this son or daughter of mine has just zero ambition, zero drive, zero anything. They're just happy to sit here and enjoy my riches, but putting no work in. So it's quite nice when you have a kid who wants to take your lead, follow in your footsteps, but also wants to work. Of course, you're going to do everything you can to help them. Why wouldn't you? It's like me. When I become rich and famous, will I let my kids go to uni and take out loans and get in crazy debt like I did? No. Of course, you'd want to pay for them to go to the best colleges and make sure that they have, you know, a clear and easy mind and a stress-free mind to actually approach their education in a good way without worrying about flipping money. That makes sense, innit? Of course, you'd want to do that. But it was just the refusal of Nepo babies to acknowledge that being a Nepo baby had its positives or had advantages. That was, to me, very infuriating, because having been in the arts, having dabbled in the arts, having dabbled in the entertainment industry, most of the people who make it at the top are rich and do come from famous families, because those are the only people that could afford to intern for free or to work for free or to just work without any idea of when they're going to get a good job at the end of it, because they have the money to support them. Regular people like you and I, at some point, reality hits you. At some point. Some people just don't accept reality, but at some point you have to think to yourself, rah, I've been trying to direct for ages, I still haven't got anything, I'm 50, I've got kids and a wife, maybe it's time to get a job. And then you leave the business, and then obviously your dreams are over. But regular Nepo babies can pursue passion projects and stuff until the day that they die, because, you know, their parents laid the groundwork and did the work for them to take advantage of that. So I'm happy to see for once one Nepo baby actually be honest, upfront and clear about it. And again, it doesn't diminish what he did. It doesn't take away from the hard work. It doesn't take away from the rejection, disappointment, whatever. because no one's saying Nepo babies don't work hard, but it's just like, come on, bro. You do, the door is left slightly ajar for you. It's not a bad thing. It doesn't mean you are a bad person, but let's just acknowledge that the door is slightly ajar. But then I also understand, on the flip side, if you are a Nepo baby and you do dismiss the role your parents played in your success of your career, I understand why you do that. Because it is quite annoying for somebody to say that, because it almost makes it seem like they're saying you would never be successful without your parents. That gives you no autonomy, right? That gives you zero. That means like, oh, your parents basically are like controlling you like a video game or something. And nobody wants that. Nobody wants to feel that way. Everyone wants to feel like, they're a hard worker regardless of what they fucking did. Even if it means they carried a fucking mug of coffee from the till over to your table. Everyone wants to feel like their work is valuable. Their work has a purpose. Their work has, something that they can be proud of. So I understand why some people get annoyed by that thing. But I think in general, if Nepo babies acknowledge that they have privilege, is good. And I also think regular civilians need to get over it. Need to stop crying and bitching and moaning. The world isn't fair. It never has been fair. There is no such thing as a meritocracy. There is none. The only thing you can do in life really is just work really hard. That's it. But there is no guarantee, even if you work really, really hard. That's the real truth of the matter. And I think I've learned this through watching locals. Weird segue, but I've learned this through watching locals. I've learned that if you watch enough local content, you will realize there's no such thing as karma. I've never believed in it anyway, personally. I'm more of a vengeance kind of guy, right? I'm more of a vengeance type of dude. You do something wrong to me, I'm going to come after you. I'm not going to wait for the, we want to come and sort it out type of thing. I'll take justice into my own hands. You know what I mean? I am fucking Batman. But I think when you watch locals, you realize there is no such thing as karma, because the majority of locals are utter pieces of doo-doo. The majority of locals are some of the worst people to have ever graced the face of the earth. But somehow, through hook and crook, they manage to sustain themselves, and sometimes, in some cases, have a very profitable, lucrative career as online streamers, despite being reprehensible people. The type of people who, if they're in your own family, you would disown them. Look at Wings. Look at DSP. Look at Boogie recently, faking the cancer. Utterly deplorable people who have somehow managed to make, 60,000 a year streaming online for 10 plus years consistently without once having to quit and get a real job. Not once. And they've never changed. They've never been a good person. They've never changed their ways. They've just continually gone on and done horrible thing after horrible thing after horrible thing after horrible thing, which makes me believe karma doesn't exist, but also makes me appreciate people who like to enjoy that type of crap. Because I remember that was another revelation I had. I was like, this is why people will become whales for Wings. Because some whales of Wings, of Boogie, of DSP, they're not fans. They just want the drama and the nonsense to continue. For them, it's entertainment. It's like watching the Kardashians. Why would you want it to go away? This is a show that you get entertainment from. Even though it's, whatever, it's vapid, you don't give a crap. For you, it's entertaining. And in the world that we live in now, there's not much entertaining stuff out there. Movies nowadays are a bit terrible. We've got The Acolyte on TV that's absolutely garbage. So if you have something that you get some joy out of watching, even if it's hate watching, why wouldn't you throw that person a couple of dollars? Because you want to see how it plays out. Why wouldn't you want to do that? Exactly. Yo, big up the stream chat. Yeah, exactly. There we go, Uche. I'm glad you mentioned Chet Hanks, because Tim didn't also mention Chet Hanks. And I think one of the best experiences you could ever have in life is meeting a really chill, cool, rich person. A person that's grown up in the laps of luxury. And I've met two in my life. One girl I met in New York and one dude I met here in the UK who were infinitely wealthy. Never told you. You've kind of figured it out by how they were moving, the fact that they were 18 and they had the black card or they had that titanium card, the fact that they had a driver pick them up. But they were just so nice. They were so welcoming. They were so willing to like make everybody's day great by just buying things and paying for dinner and drinks and stuff and just being chill human beings. And you sometimes look at them and you're sat there thinking, wow, man, this is what it's like to grow up on like the good side of the tracks, where life is just fun. You look at Chet Hanks as a good example. Chet Hanks has got zero talent when it comes to acting in the same way that his dad has. But he just has a effervescent vibe, a freedom, a just chill, relaxed, disposition. He's so relaxed. He's convinced himself he's Jamaican. He's so relaxed. He's convinced himself he's a Rastafari. He's so relaxed. He's convinced himself that Bob Marley's his stepdad. That's how chill he is. And that's what it's like that's what you should be if you grow up rich. If you grow up rich and you grow up privileged, and you don't have talent, you shouldn't be out here trying to lecture people on the economy, on finances, on a nuclear family. You shouldn't be out here doing horrible movie after horrible movie. No, you should be enjoying the riches of your family. Yo, big up, Chris Rose.
Gotta keep this train wreck going. Big ups. Have a good weekend, boys.
You keeping me? I love how you're calling me the train wreck. Thank you. I appreciate that. We got to keep this guy waffling on for some good background noise. I love it. Because I've started doing this, actually. I will sometimes go on YouTube. I'm sure some of you guys do this. I'll go on YouTube and I'll just press the flipping live button at the top. There's a little tag. I don't know if it only some print, but it's a little tag. And I'll just press the live button. And whoever is flipping live, I'll just watch them and put them on in the background. It doesn't matter who the person is. If I don't subscribe to them, if they've got 2 viewers, I'll just put it on in the background. So I wonder if that's the reason why locals still exist. Because when I first got into locals, I couldn't understand. Why would anybody give Dark Side Phil money? Why would people give Wings money? Why would people give Boogie money? Why would people give LTG money? Then after getting past the like disgust and hate for them as people, I started to understand, oh, they're entertaining. Yes, they're horrible people. Put that to one side. Who cares? Don't morally grandstand. Who are you to say who's bad and who's good? Shut up. Look at it just through pure, plain entertainment eyes. Are you entertained, yes or no? You have to say you are. The Boogie, faking cancer arc, faking cancer saga. Have I watched 100 plus videos from content creators all over the fucking sphere of YouTube? Of course I have. Covering the same Boogie clip, covering the same Boogie snippets, covering the same topics. I've heard people talk about it again and again and again. And guess what? I'll continue to hear them talk about it until the end of time. Because guess what? It's entertaining. And that's a breakthrough that I had to come through in my mind. And it's also made me realize why we're still here. Why I'm still here covering Brendan and that flipping tired topic. Because it's entertaining and we've come this far. Don't you want to see how it ends? I want to see how it ends. Mostly through a purely monetary view. Because I've been fascinated in the recent years of like really analysing and pocket watching Brendan and Brian and thinking, hold on. Brian got divorced. Allegedly has to pay alimony anywhere between 10 to 20 grand a month to his former wife and his family. Then he got remarried soon after to a young lady who looks like she doesn't work, looks like she's got very soft skin, very soft hands, very bright eyes, the kind of person who's never probably had to work a 12-hour day in her life entirely. Then they have 2 very young kids, babies, probably under the age of 5. They then moved to Miami. He also has a house in LA. He lives bi-coastal or bi-coastally, whatever that term is. And then Brendan quit stand-up. Has only got the podcast as main income and maybe sponsors on the pod and maybe some merch. The podcast views are dwindling. But the wife buys Hermes bags. She recently got a G-Wagon. No matter if it's rented or not, it's still a lot of money to rent that thing. He bought a new TRX truck after flipping the first one. And Lightning, he's probably put $500,000 in that fucking Ford Lightning, a 20-year-old truck. What's going on here? So I want to see how the story ends, because in my rational common sense brain, it doesn't make any sense. But I'm sure there's a reason behind it. Rich parents, blah, blah, blah. Investment stock. Brian's had a 20-year career. But that's the reason why we're here. Because this stuff is actually entertaining. And the end is going to be delightful. I think so. The end is going to be delightful. I can't wait for it. Anyway, talking about the end, talking about being delightful, let's actually get into some Fighting the Kid content, because that's what we're here for. Number one thing I'm going to talk about, or that I want to talk about, is episode number 1007. Maybe one of the worst episodes they've ever done, and they did acknowledge it on the subsequent episode, 1008, but we need to watch it. And I've got some clips prepared here that I think are really funny, because this maybe goes to show just how far this podcast has fallen, that this show was this terrible. So, episode number 1001, the first clip that we're going to go over and talk about is the clip that starts off in the beginning, which is Brendan and Brian basically talking about how sick they are. I personally think this is a real faux pas in streaming or podcasting. I don't think you should ever be talking about how ill you are and sharing all your personal nonsense with people. People watch you. People do come sometimes, but people watch you mostly for entertainment purposes. Don't then trauma dump on them. Don't use it as an outlet to fucking complain and bitch and moan. Go to a therapist, talk to your friend, talk to your family, mum, dad, whatever, but don't do it on the internet. Provide entertainment, be fun, ha ha ha, shuck and jive, dancing monkey. Then when the stream turns off, cry into your pillow. That's perfectly fine, but don't cry on camera. Anyway, this is Brian Callen and Brendan Schaub complaining about them being sick.
Yes, we did, 'cause we back at it again. It's the fighter and the kid.
This is really the Fighter and the Kid.
Come on, baby. Well, Brendan's got a 24-hour bug, feeling a little.
I'm all right, man. You want to start the show off like that?
I like letting people know that no matter what.
Why does Brian always look like? Is it like an old? Maybe it's me because I'm used to like. I wear fashion stuff, brands. I'm into street wears. I like the sneakers. Why does Brian always look like he gets his clothes from like, I don't know, a place where they sell t-shirts in packs? Like coral, white, black, whatever that color is. You know? He buys these t-shirts like that have that pack where it's got like a bit of rope on it, or like a little bit of cardboard, like a little slit, and you know? Like, why does he look like he buys these t-shirts from like a startup that sends you t-shirts every other month or something? You know? Like, he always, I don't know. Maybe because he just doesn't care about his appearance, but it's just funny to see somebody that just dresses like that, you know? Like, where do you get what is that t-shirt? What color is that? Where do you get it from? Who's it by? Why? Anyway, let's continue.
We're here.
Always,
right?
dude.
We
I'm
rock
all right.
and
The
roll.
whole fam's had it. I was dodging the bullet. About an hour ago, it hit me. I said, oh, daddy's not feeling a hundo.
Yeah, well, if you've ever had everybody has, like anytime you get sick or you get really sick where you get like food poisoning, you realize just how vulnerable you are.
Oh, really? Really? When you get ill, you question your you question your morality. Really? 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 Okay.
It's tough.
It'll lock
Shut
you down. Oh, dude. Like where your whole body hurts too much to get up.
Nothing worse.
No.
Where were you?
That's how you know they're running out of topics. When they have to start their pod talking about sickness and illness and the common flu or the common cold, common flu. God damn it, brain is broken. That's how you know this pod is failing.
This weekend, pal. For the
Idaho.
I feel like I haven't seen you since.
Yeah, I went to LSL
Wednesday.
Lodge outside of Riggins. If you're in McCall, it's 45 minutes outside of McCall, which is gorgeous. McCall is like the city.
Hey, what's good, How you doing, darling? Just made Tripoli take the kid with high people say a prayer. She spits in his mouth. I don't think you mean. I'm gonna say, to be polite and to be nice, I'm gonna say you don't mean that, and I'm gonna run defense for you, but I'm sure you do mean it. I'm gonna say you don't, so you look nice, so you look but you probably do mean that. Pick up
Secrets out. It's a lake. It's like a ski resort. People go there.
Newsflash, there's no secrets, bud.
That's right. Everybody.
Like, name a spot when people go.
Yeah, big up Uche. Big up Uche in the scream chat. Not food poisoning. The Ozempic just made him sick or made nauseous. Exactly. And he also drinking, is it peptides, right? That's obviously one of those things that you drink when your gut is a bit compromised, maybe from the jabs, maybe.
Dude, I appreciate if you don't say anything like, oh,
Yeah.
oh, you think people don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. It's 2 hours outside of Boise. It's gorgeous. It's like, it went from you could buy a house for $300,000 now, $3 million, all that shit. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I hung out at LSL Lodge outside of Riggins, which is Tarek, our boy Tarek,
Love
and his
him.
wife's new place. It's this luxury lodge, gorgeous, on the Little Salmon River. Now I got a 2.5-year-old. That Salmon River is moving very quick.
Yeah, but you stay
And
on them.
If you fall in that river,
See ya.
man, woman, child, you gone. We'll
Right.
see you later.
Why do they talk about things like, why do they talk about looking after their kids or looking over their kids as some sort of accomplishment? Like it's a noteworthy thing. Of course you should look after your kids. Of course you should keep an eye on them. Why do they talk about it like it's like they discovered something that no one else knew? What is this about? Is it because they don't usually hang out with their kids? Is it because they don't actually look after their kids? And when they go on holiday, they can't bring their nannies with them. So they have to actually look after them themselves. Why do they talk about it as if like, oh my God, yeah. Oh wow, I was next to this raging fucking river and I had to look after my kids. I had to keep an eye on them in case they ended up in that raging river and got taken away by the tides, by the currents. I had to keep an eye on these little rascals in case they got themselves in trouble, and got abducted by an eagle. It's like, bro, these are your kids. Of course you're meant to look after them.
Raging rapids.
It's raging rapids.
Oof.
But great fishing and all that stuff. Gorgeous Idaho.
Were you guys allowed fireworks out there? Or is it illegal out there?
We went to a rodeo.
By the way, I'm playing this clip to illustrate you the mundane boringness of this podcast from the beginning. This is how boring it started. It started this level of boring from the beginning. They were at a point once where the podcast would start good, like it would have like a big pep, a big pop, hey, oh, whoa, and then it'll kind of, slowly but surely grind to a halt towards the end. Nowadays, they are so over it, they're going through the motions so much that they start it already bored of it. They're already over it. Usually when you're working a dead-end job, even in the beginning of the shift, you kind of have a bit of a pep in your step. Maybe you meet a colleague that you like, whatever. You have an interesting customer that comes in, and then maybe at lunchtime you crash or whatever. But these guys start a job that they invent for themselves with their own schedule that pays them handsomely. They're already starting super negative, super low energy, just miserable fucks. It's kind of interesting. I'm not gonna lie.
And I did not see any fireworks.
There's no fireworks at on July 4th?
No, we went to a rodeo in Grangeville. Now let me tell you a couple things about cowboys and cowgirls. And
Yeah, please do.
Have you been to a rodeo?
I've been to a rodeo.
Please do.
Now, in it's 4th of July, so they did an homage to the American flag, and that's Idaho. That's America.
Real proper.
And people were standing with their hands over their heart, and it was a long poem. Now, you're gonna think I'm doing this just for the podcast. When
If
I
you
tell
say
you
you're crying,
that
dude,
all
I'm
of us
leaving.
were trying not to cry,
Oh, come on.
all of us, by those words, and then they sang national anthem while this fucking cowgirl raced around the track. Now, here's the thing. It's one thing to rope cattle. It's one thing to ride a bucking bronco. Those guys get on those bucking broncos and, fucking jump.
The bulls?
Some guys can, no, the horses first.
By the way, listen to this section of the podcast. This is a good example. Obviously, he does look a bit sick, to be fair to him. He does look very poorly. But listen to this section where Brendan, lies again. Just listen. Just listen.
Those guys get on those bucking broncos and, fucking jump.
The bulls?
Some guys can, no, the horses first. Bulls are last.
Yeah.
It's not that. It's when they're galloping top speed on a horse and they dive off the horse onto
To grab the calves?
Yeah, they
Or
dive
sheep?
onto it.
Yeah, and they flip it
But a lot of
over?
times they miss and they just fall,
Entertaining.
or they grab it and they get hit in the face with the thing. The thing falls on their knee. They get up. They literally look like they just got crushed on a football field. They're always injured. It's so crazy. Then I don't know if you've seen this when you went there. They get some stallion who's wild. The fucking thing is like, I'm not dealing with this shit. I'm a wild horse.
like a
Fuck you.
bunkin' bronco?
Like a giant wild stallion. 3 dudes have to hold on to its. They have a rope onto its bridle, and the thing is like literally rearing up and pulling back from them, and it's dragging them in the middle of the ring.
That's it. That's the beginning of the pod. That's how entertaining it was. That is the beginning of the pod. But it gets better. It gets better. There's this section where Chin is incapable of Googling. One of my favorite things, and this might have to be another section of this flipping stream, picking up on instances where Chin struggles to Google the most basics of things, right? So obviously they're talking about rodeos, they're talking about all this sort of stuff, and you'd imagine it's a pretty easy thing to kind of Google in the topic that they're talking about currently. But maybe he's not paying attention. I don't really know. Listen to how Chin, or watch, see Chin's ability to Google be mocked by his bosses. Very interesting.
The diversity, pretty diverse up there.
Super diverse, looked like the United Nations. Every
that's what I
group was
figured.
represented, especially LGBTQ.
No.
So they're talking about rodeo, right? And then Chin Googles professional horse riders. This is what he Googles as a reference to what they're talking about. Professional horse rider, like what? Come on, Chin, man. Please pay attention to what people are talking about.
No, that doesn't
that's
do
English.
it, Chin.
Right,
God,
it's English.
dog. Have you ever seen somebody worse at Google?
You're actually
Pretty bad.
You're
But
good
you
at
said-
everything.
I just
You're
said
right.
You're just
professional
older.
horse riders.
No, it's
I just said professional horse riders. Well, that's wrong, Chin. That's not the same thing as a rodeo, is it, brother?
so you could put
Western. Do you know the difference between Western and English?
I love how Callan continuously mocks Chin for his lack of education. I fucking love it.
Chin. Oh man.
Yeah.
Well, no, you could do rodeo horse riders neck protection. Pretty sure maybe it is just the bull's beak because they break
So Brendan proving that he can do Google better than Chin.
in their neck because they have to wear those neck guards.
Yeah. Nope. Again, you're in the English thing. Oh, there we are.
No, I
See,
don't
they usually
one.
have those vests on.
Yeah.
and it has
They
that
all
neck
had the
thing.
vest. They all had the vest.
But
on.
on the back, there's a
Maybe I
usually a
didn't see it.
thing.
Maybe you're right. Maybe I didn't see it. But Bubba, I'm telling you, they're next. We're doing this.
But I think it still does that. It just doesn't allow it to.
Isn't it right there? There's a picture right there.
That boy
Anyway,
too thick for that horse.
doesn't matter. You get the point. Chin can't Google. Next clip, we have a clip of Brendan, talking about Ryan Garcia and mentioning the fabled words, the legendary words that Rogan used about him when he was going off the handle. He said Ryan Garcia needs a handler. Imagine that. Imagine him using a derogatory, a term that he got really offended by. Allegedly, it made him really upset. His family crashed out on Rogan, allegedly. I don't know. He was kind of pissed off about it. But now he's saying Ryan Garcia needs a handler. I don't think so. I think Ryan Garcia needs a line to sober him up. I think he needs a couple of lines just to kind of get him back on balance. Maybe some more drinks. Maybe some more prozzies. Maybe some more whatever he's doing. I don't think he needs a handler. The last thing you want to do to Ryan Garcia is take him down a notch. Just increase the madness because it's fun. It's a good watch. It's a good watch. And he's young enough where he can recover from that sort of thing. You know, it's not going to be it's not going to be a career-ending thing. He'll be perfectly fine. And he provides good entertainment. Just give him another line, give him a Quaalude, give him another pill, a bit more drinks, and let him go. But Brendan doesn't agree. He thinks Ryan Garcia needs a handler. Hilarious.
Ryan Garcia ended
Yeah.
up getting escorted out.
Yeah, because his brother fought. And
Ryan
he was
Garcia.
cornering his brother. He was wild.
Why did he get sorted out?
So fans were picking on him. I have a good friend who works security at Honda Center, and he said, like, from
Saynaz has a good friend who works security at boxing fights or at fights in general, organized events. How much do we want to bet this good friend is maybe closer to skin tone to me than she is to Brendan? How many people out there want to guess that this friend who works in this place, first name might be Jaquan, Jerome, Tyrone? How many want to guess, huh? Interesting, huh? Saying that with some black friends, huh? And by friends, I mean friends.
From the beginning, they told him, we want you in a suite. And he was like, absolutely not. I'm going to be ringside for my brother. And fans just kept chirping at him. And he kept interacting with them. And it got worse to the point where they're like, we need to remove you from this situation.
Yeah.
So they just
Well,
escorted him out.
he did that whole racist sort of tirade, which is more example of what I think is really going on, which is some kind of mental.
Oh yeah.
No, it's just racism. It's just pure old racism. It's perfectly okay to wake up one day and just be like, you know what? I'm finna go on a racist tirade. It makes all the sense in the world. Life is hard. Life is difficult. You might get cut off by a black dude and you might be like, you know what? Fuck those. You know? I get it. You might go to a shop, you know, and get fucking shafted by a guy who wears a hat. And you might be like, fuck those. You know? It makes complete sense why people hate each other based on the color of their skin and no other It makes complete sense. I get it. I totally get it.
Issues, right?
Yeah, man.
Just a way of kind of
He
getting
needs,
himself.
as Rogan would say, he needs a handler.
Oh, he said it. Leonardo DiCaprio meme. He said it. He said it. He said it. That was hilarious, though, that handler situation, wasn't it? That handler situation was absolutely hilarious. Because that was Brendan trying really hard to go viral by saying just the most outlandish things MMA-wise. But Brendan's problem is that he doesn't know how to troll because he's too thin-skinned. You know? And I think he cares about people thinking that he's knowledgeable about MMA. If you really want to troll, if you really want to, you know, upset the apple cart, you have to be willing to let people say some unpleasant things about you and people maybe regard you as a bit of a joke. Brendan takes himself very seriously, even though he acts like he doesn't, and he's obviously very thin-skinned. So when he was throwing out all these theories about UFC fixing things and blah, 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 and everyone just kept dismissing him and talking about him like he's an idiot, I think it kind of got to him. Even though, you know, the troll did kind of work, got him loads of attention, but unfortunately for him, it made him look like an idiot. That's the unfortunate thing. He wasn't doing it like a Chael Sonnen thing where he's clearly trying to troll, he's clearly trying to, you know, go viral or something. He just looked like an idiot. And then, of course, Rogan kicked him while he was down and said he needs a handler, which was kind of bad, really, especially on his platform. I think Rogan should be a lot more... Even though I enjoyed dunking on Brendan, I think if you're Rogan, you have to be aware of the amount of hate Brendan gets, and you should maybe temper what you say on your very big podcast about him, because you know it's just gonna put a bat in people's backs. It's gonna make them go in even harder, because now they're gonna be like, oh shit, he said it, so I can say, do you know what I mean? It was very irresponsible of him to say it, but I love that Brendan did say that Ryan Garcia needs a handler. Let's hear it one more time.
Yeah, man.
Just a way of kind of
He
getting
needs,
himself.
as Rogan would say, he needs a handler.
He needs
Someone
a
to get him out of those situations, not to, you know, it's...
Well, he needs
shouldn't be out there. He just needs
psychiatric help, right? That's kind
Said he
of...
was going to go to rehab, but then not anymore. Hopefully he gets help, man. Good dude. It's a bummer.
When you get expelled...
I don't want to. I don't know. Controversial opinion. I don't want him to get help. I want him to crash out. I want him to crash out all the way and then recover and then have an amazing redemption arc, you know, and then come back an entirely new person and sell ebooks based on the experience he's gone through, go on different wellness and holistic podcasts and stuff and talk about the benefits of a certain diet or start being a marriage counselor. I want to see the whole entire thing. You know how it's going to play out. You know how it's going to play out. He's going to get saved by Christ. He's going to maybe convert to Islam. Something's going to happen. I want to see it all play out in real time. Don't get him any help. Don't stop the fun. Don't be a Debbie Downer. Let Ryan Garcia crash out. Please let Ryan Garcia crash out. One thing I've also noticed watching recent episodes of The Fire and the Kid and going through these clips that I've been doing, which is a service to humanity. So I hope if you enjoy my service that you will give me some appreciation by liking the stream. But one thing I've noticed about going through these clips, Brendan doesn't do the ad reads anymore. Brendan Schaub doesn't do the ad reads on Fire and the Kid anymore. Callan does them. So much so, they focus the camera only on Callan. Brendan's probably on his phone while he's recording it, but he doesn't do the ad reads anymore. So I wonder, the podcast is failing, clearly. The numbers are dwindling, clearly. And they only have a finite amount of sponsors. I have a feeling these sponsors told them, hey, we're paying you a lot of money. The last thing we need is mush mouth, marble mouth, nicotine pouches garbler over there who can barely pronounce words when he's cogent and sober to be butchering our ad reads. This is not helping. This is not adding to the experience. This is not helping us sell. It's not helping us make more money, whatever. Please have somebody that can read and write, read these ad reads. Because Brennan doesn't do them at all. I've watched a couple episodes now in full, and I've noticed that Brennan doesn't do any ad reads on The Fry and the Kid. He only does them on the Golden Hour. So I wonder, has Brendan been banned from ad reads? Yo, big up Omar Ramos. Yeah. Is it gonna say it? Are you gonna say it, TTS? Or is it gonna say because it's? Do you say a bad word? Oh yeah, you said a bad word. Omar Ramos says, "Big up AZ, big up chat. I'm hung over as fog, so join me in my misery with a couple of pintos. Much love, AZ. Wishing you all the success, brother." Thank you, Omar Ramos. Appreciate you, and I will of course be getting myself loads of bevies, loads of flipping booze when England play tomorrow. That's when I'm going to be on the flipping booze. I actually might get one later today as well, actually. If we continue doing the stream for a while, I might get on the flipping rah all over me face. So big up Omar Ramos. Appreciate you greatly. Thank you for the super chat. Let's continue. Brendan Shaw doesn't do the ad reads on The Fry and the Kid anymore. Only Brian Callen. Look.
Get him to go.
So guys, let's take a little break. I have been wearing my Greatness Wins clothing. In fact, I've got these sweats in my...
By the way, it's not a better ad read because if you watch the actual podcast, Brian is rubbing his face, acting tired, acting like it's the hardest thing in the world is to read some ads. I personally don't like ads. I think you should only do ads with companies that you actually like and use. I'm very controversial that way. I think the most of your support should just come from people watching your clips, watching your videos, and whatever you get from that, you get from that. But if you're going to take an ad from a sponsor that you actually rate or you like. So the only sponsors or ads that I would ever accept are like Apple, Nike, Amazon, Audible and shit. Like that sort of stuff I actually use. You know, I don't know, Netflix. Right? If they give me a fucking free Netflix subscription and you get a little code, why not? But I'm not going to be taking some Alpha Moon, Quai Deuce, whatever nonsense. No, thank you. No, thank you. Make it have some utility. But if you're going to do an ad read just for the money, at least you can do is read the ad read with some level of enthusiasm. Coming in with a bit of juice. Maybe tell a joke or two. Give them their money's worth. At least make it somewhat entertaining. He's rubbing his face. He's acting like he's tired. It's like, bruh, it's an ad read. It lasts like a minute or two. It's not that hard.
Car. And I wore the shirt when I was in Idaho. And I know that's just kind of a weird thing to say, but...
This does explain why he's got horrible style or sense of style. Brian's the type of person to only wear the stuff he gets for free. So he gets like comedy club merch, promo merch. Like, he's that person that probably goes to like South by Southwest just to get the goodie bags and get the free clothes or the free t-shirts. That's why he looks the way he does. So it wouldn't surprise me. Whoever sponsors the pod and sends him a free t-shirt, he just wears that. That's a horrible way to go about life. You know, do yourself a favor. Go to Brooks Brothers, get yourself a nice shirt. Go Uniqlo even and get yourself a nice fucking button up. It's not that much money, man. This guy's loads of money. Come on, man.
There's something about the quality of this and the way that these clothes fit. This is Derek Jeter. I think it was Misty Copeland. There's a couple other people who are all athletes. The founder of Untuck It decided, let's get together and create superior performance and comfort that you can wear when you're working out. But when you're done working out or you're just moping around, or even if you go somewhere, you can still look really good. And
he's about to fall asleep. He's literally about to fall asleep.
Comfortable. And you can tell right away how good the quality is. You just can. You can tell it when you put the sweats on. You're like, oh, I'm going to have these.
Who's he talking to? He's looking at Sainaz. Or he's looking at Chin. Who's he looking at when he keeps talking about this ad? Who's he trying to convince? He's trying to convince Sanaz. Like.
He's for 5 years.
He wants to get her out of her t-shirt, huh?
10 years. So, if you want to upgrade your athletic wear, go to greatnesswins.com.
Okay.
Take a look at their stuff. Take a look at their sweats, their 3/4 zips,
Anything
all
more?
that stuff. It's great stuff. Use code FIGHTER. You'll receive.
Why does his mouth make that noise, bad? I've always wondered. Is that because he's wearing Invisalign, or he just got that? What's that noise? Or is that like a? Or has he got like a lisp or something? What's happened there?
25% off on your first purchase. Okay. But check it out. It's where in their words, where demands of sports meet the science of fit. Check.
Is that braces? Is that a mouth guard? Does he just got like a redacted voice, or is his tongue weird? What's happened?
Come out now. Greatnesswins.com. Code FIGHTER.
He recently
So there we go. Brendan doesn't read the ad reads anymore. Maybe it's a good thing in general, because those ad reads are brutal. See show notes for details. Like, he was horrible. So I wonder if that's the case. Has Brendan been banned? Have the ad company said, no more Brendan on these ad reads? For the love of God, go away. You are horrible. You destroy these ads. Please stay away. Maybe that happened. Who bloody knows? Who bloody knows? So, let's continue. Saynaz asking the hard questions. This is Saynaz asking the hard question, or asking, as you guys say in America, Saynaz asking the hard questions on the Fire and the Kid. Let's hear what she has to say. Big up Shunaz. There she is.
How do you feel when you're on an airplane and it's time to get up, and the person 8 rows behind you
Gets up before
shot
you.
up and is in front of you?
Depends.
If they have a
On.
flight ticket.
Yo, that finger of hers, bro. If she puts that in your eye, or the tip of it might come out of your mouth. I've never seen with a woman with a finger that long.
Behind you
Gets up before
shot
you.
up
Ugh.
and is in front of you.
Depends.
If they have a
On.
flight ticket.
Look
if
at
they-
that. Look at that. That is a
Gets
Gets
finger.
up before
Shot
you.
up and is in front of you.
Depends.
If they have a
On.
flight ticket.
Look at that. That is a finger, bro. That is a finger, innit? That could go in one ear and come out the other. God damn, that's a finger. Like, she can control all the social media. No wonder she does the timestamps really well. Her finger probably covers a million buttons at the same time. She's probably a touch type expert, bro. Look at that. That's like, wrap your finger around your piece and it go around like a flipping, like a piece of string. She'll wrap that bad boy around and just start. God damn, Saynaz. The fingers are long as like God. Like her finger. I thought I had big hands, but she has, her fingers are like 2 of my fingers put together. And like, God damn. But let's hear their brain busting answers to this very illuminated question. What do you do when you're on a plane? This sounds like one of those really hacky comedian premises. So I was on a plane, and this big fat bitch gets up from the back. It's like, are we doing plane jokes in 2024? All right, cool.
If they have like a layover, then and it's like it's tight on time. Usually they say like, I got a layover, I gotta get going, or the plane will tell you, hey, please stay seated while people with layovers get going. But if they don't say shit, it's so rude.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, we're going the same place. What are you doing?
It drives.
By the way, just for the sake of answering this question, I don't give a fuck. If you get up before me, even though you're at the back, you were just quicker. Okay, oh well, I didn't get up quick enough. I'm not in a rush anyway. Whenever I take a plane, whenever I go on a trip, whenever I book a flight, usually I'm not in a rush to get to where I need to get to. Usually, because I'm an idiot, I'll book the flight way in advance of the check-in time of the Airbnb or the hotel anyway, so I've got loads of time to waste. Or it's the evening anyway, and I'm there late, so it's no time to fucking rush in the first place, and I'm in a foreign country, so I don't really care. Go up in front of me, go up behind me, I don't give a crap. As long as I get my luggage, I'm all good. The only thing I don't like, sometimes with a plane, is if you take your time in the airport, you're eating, you're drinking, you're chilling, you're watching something on your phone, and then you don't take time to maybe queue at the gate, and then by the time you get on the plane, the overhead luggage compartments are all full up, and you have to put your luggage way of way from where your actual seat is. That can be annoying. But still, it's not a big deal. Usually, the people who rush out the airport don't get out quicker than you anyway. You usually meet them at baggage claim. You might see them at immigration. You might see them at passport control, sorry. Like, it's not really, it doesn't really affect anything. But if it makes them feel better and they get up before you, let them go. No problem. I don't have an issue with it. I'm not going to give you a side eye. I'm not going to kiss my teeth or mumble under my breath. It really isn't that big of a deal, to be completely honest. I get it. And you also don't have to explain yourself. You don't have to give me a sob story. I'm not going to ask you if you have a layover and grill you to justify you standing up. Like, whatever. You stood up, you'll be there before me. It's all good. I've had people literally jump from the window seat while I'm sitting in the aisle seat and get in front of me to go up. Okay, go. Fair play. Enjoy yourself. I don't really care. I'm nonplussed. I really don't.
It's so rude, man.
It's
Talking about being nonplussed. Big up the stream chat. Big up Rodeo Brito. I see you. What's good, brother? Big up Game Bread Footballer. I see you. Wagwan. Big up Jel Mibson. I see you. What's good? Charlie Lucas. I see you. Lamp. Wagwan.
so rude. There's like in-flight protocol, right? So that happened to me yesterday. The woman literally 10 rows behind me, shot up, went 4 rows in front of me, and I just looked at her. And before I even said anything, I didn't have to say anything. She already knew what she was doing was wrong, you know?
Look at those hands, bro.
Looked at her.
Fingers.
And before I even said anything, I didn't have to say anything. She already knew what she was doing.
Look at those fingers. Those are some talons, innit? Those are some talons. Those are some talons. She could pick a lock with that thing. She could legitimately, because at the moment, I've done a really crappy thing. Those of you who ride bicycles, pick up my bicycle, guys in the chat. My kryptonite bike lock has chewed up my key, so I have to order a new key. Luckily, kryptonite locks come with a little code on the key, so you can just order a new one, which I'm gonna do. But it chewed it up, so now when I'm trying to open it, it doesn't open the lock. So now my bike is stuck on the lock downstairs. But I am considering getting a spanner and just taking the flipping whole bar off, right? But if I had a Sainaz in my life, I could just get her to flip and put her finger in the U-lock and then, you know what I mean, clip that bad boy off with those long talons of hers.
It was wrong, you know? She looked right at me and went, well, I don't have any bags. Well, I don't know why that matters. I don't have any bags. Like,
oh, yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah,
what are you doing?
Well,
It's a weird thing.
Big up Sainaz trying to like encourage debate and trying to be a producer, trying to get them talking, but they're so over it. They're so dead. They're so exhausted. They're so tired. They're so burnt out. They can't even muster the energy to fake debate. She's trying. She's technically a producer, technically. She's trying to give them topics, even though it's hacky, even though it's cliche, even though it's a bit boring and, you know, done. Still, she's trying to give them something to get them going. It's like, yeah, even though, I don't, what did you do? It's like, bro, come on.
It's rude.
I have all kinds of weird shit that goes on when I see someone like I'll just see a family sitting there rigid with masks. They've all got the really good.
That'll trigger me.
They're all of them are like this.
I really don't understand this mask thing. Don't get me wrong. For a short period of time after the lockdown ended, after the COVID restrictions were lifted in most places around the world, if you did see somebody wearing a mask when you weren't told to wear one anymore now, and you were able to go back to your regular life, it did seem a bit weird. But after that first couple of weeks, who gives a crap? If you decide after COVID to be like, you know what? Most of civilization, most of humanity is icky and yucky. I don't want to breathe the same air these guys are breathing. And you put on your surgical mask and you wear that every single day, every time you're outside. Have at it. Whatever makes you comfortable. People are actually quite disgusting. If you walk around as much as I walk around, if you run as much as I run in the streets, you see people, you'll notice there are a lot of adults in the world who cough and don't cover their mouths or don't even try and point their mouths away from your direction. They will sneeze right into your line of sight. They will cough right in your direction. Some people don't even shower, daily. They shower once a week, if that. So I understand if you've been burnt by COVID, if you've actually suffered deaths, if you become paranoid about your health, right? You've been concerned about it. I understand if you're like, you know what? I'm not breathing the same air as these guys anymore. I'm wearing a mask. To be fair, when I go on my flights, when I travel sometimes, I usually, if I'm going to an airport, I will sometimes wear a face mask just because that's there's a big congestion of people in one space. And I want to ensure when I go on holiday that I'm healthy, that I'm okay to enjoy my trip. So I will at sometimes go, you know what? Let's just put this mask on just for the airport. Just for the airport, just for the flight. And as soon as I'm at my destination, I'll take it off. That's perfectly okay. But again, why does it matter to you? Why does it, it's almost like Brian looks down on people now that wear a face mask. He kind of, oh, you're not a man anymore if you wear a mask now. It's like, what? It's a bit of cloth on your face. No one's saying it protects you from anything. It probably might do some more harm than good these days. But so what? If it makes you feel good about yourself, if it gives you confidence, if it allows you to step outside without shaking, if it allows you to sit on public transport without feeling like you want to vomit, wear it. I'm not bothered by it. But these guys, I think because of COVID, broke the LA comedian brain to a point where they've never recovered. Because I don't think I've heard any other podcast genre I listen to, whether it's like design, business, entrepreneurship, nightlife, fashion. I don't think I've ever heard anybody else in those areas of pods talk about COVID as much as comedians talk about COVID after the fact. You don't hear it anywhere else. Please tell me of any other podcast outside of the comedy realm that you hear them talking about COVID. Rogan still talks about COVID. These guys, who cares? Please move on. Especially rich people. You're rich. The rules didn't apply to you anyway. The ones who were actually affected were the regular civilians who actually had to work. The ones who actually had family members pass away because they didn't have maybe monies for the medical care and stuff. But these guys were getting like IV drips at home. They were having rages. They were doing comedy shows in parking lots. They didn't agree. They didn't abide by the rules. They thought they were exempt from the rules. They thought they were essential workers. Like it was an essential part of daily life that people had to have comedy and hear the Machine story for the millionth time. God Almighty, get over COVID, please. Shut up.
I'm like, I want to fucking all right, I know who you are. Then there was this woman, this is gonna be they like some people are so large. Like the husband's kind of like mid-large, and then she's just enormous. I mean, I'm talking about already with big bones. Like she's got like the shoulders that are huge with no neck, and then the head, and she's probably 5'10" to begin with. And
Brian letting us know that he hates fat people. Brian letting us know that he judges you instantly if you're fat. But if you're fat and you got money, he loves you. But if you're fat and you're poor, he hates you.
Giant dress.
That seatbelt's just hanging on by a thread.
Yeah, and her hair's back. She's got this giant face. I mean, it's just, I'm looking at her husband, who's just also kind of weak. Now it gets worse. So my son, my little
weak husband, he's not 6'6". He's not built like a brick. I love it.
My 2.5-year-old's here. He's great.
Are they sitting by you?
They're in front of me. And I'm looking at them, and I'm just looking at her, and I'm like, how do you put that much weight on in your just everywhere? It's like the last place it's gone is her wrists and her cheeks. It's like there's nowhere else for the fat to go.
You have to be careful what I eat. It goes straight to my neck.
But there's no neck at this point. It's shoulders. Then when the card comes, I clock these things. She goes, we'll have some extra pretzels and some of the cookies. All of it. Just give me all of it. And I'll have a Coke, and it's just like I'm watching. And so that's fine. It's all good, okay? And her husband's just this guy who's like, and I'm looking at both of them, and they have a baby. And this baby's like, probably
a fat baby. Look at Callan judging people. Now that he's not making as much money and he has to travel on regular flights with regular people, he's now observing humanity and like wondering, why the hell am I here? I could be on a private jet with my CIA daddy. Instead of with these commoners, these fats, these obese.
Probably a year old. And the baby's really big, and the baby's doing this. I swear to God, the whole time the baby's going, ah, ah. But it was this, ah.
And they're not doing
like really loud. No, she's.
So what does he do with his baby when his baby cries? I guess the Hollywood thing when your baby cries is to give them Xanax, isn't it? That's probably a thing, right? I bet you there's mums out there who crush a bit of Xanax sprinkle it in the flipping, or sprinkle it on the pacifier, sprinkle a little bit in the milk, and then no more crying for you.
She's going like this. She's going shh, but so loud.
Yeah.
So between but I can't do it because it sounds like a cat's being
Yeah, you don't have
strangled.
to do it again.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? Already that's fucking hellish. And that went on the whole fucking flight, and I'm just sitting there.
2.5
And
hours.
then her husband, I promise you it was her husband, he farted so bad that I went, the fuck? I go, what?
Hell yeah.
Who farted? What's going on?
How do you know it was him? Look at this guy, man. He's a bit of a POS, isn't it? Brian Callen might actually be a worse human being than Brendan, if that's possible. Hey, by the way, Tetris, don't say that. I agree. Obese people are usually awful. So you think I'm awful then? Because technically I'm obese. According to my BMI, I'm basically morbidly obese. Do you not think do you think I'm awful? Do you think I'm a bad person? Hold on. Is A not for Agostino? Is A for awful? Is that who I am? Oh no.
What's going on? It was the worst.
Now, would you have been as annoyed if they were in shape, though?
No,
You're a piece of shit.
I'm a bad guy.
You're a bad guy.
Anyway, you see that, right? Bad guy, cool. Moving on from that, just to kind of spruce things up a bit. Let's quickly talk about. Oh, twickly. What's wrong with my voice today? Let's quickly talk about this clip. Talking about flights. Let's quickly talk about this particular clip that I've wanted to play for you guys for a while. I've been fascinating with this new raw dogging trend that swept the nation, that swept the world, that swept men around the world specifically. Because I have really been one of these people, and I'm going to be honest about this, right? Oh shit, sorry, Steve just said, okay, cool. Thank you. I'm one of those people, right, who has always been the kind of person who does things for their own enjoyment. Clearly, I am my own best friend. I love myself more than anybody else loves anybody else. Cool. But I also love to do things as a signifier, as a little sign to show people how much better I am than them. And one of the things I love to do, I don't do it too much anymore, but one of the things I love to do was I loved running home after work. I love taking all my running gear with me and running home, especially when I used to work like in the city and stuff. So it'd be like a 10-mile run or something. And I'd do that 3 times a week. I take my little running bag, I'll put my shoes on after work, I'll be putting on my shoes at the desk while everyone's busy going to go do Wednesday drinks or hanging out or just talking as colleagues. I'll be locking in, getting my playlist ready to run. And then I'll be running home, you know, dodging past people, running on the street, running on the pavement, all that sort of stuff. And I love how it made me feel. It made me feel like a superhero. I felt so much better than everybody around me. Like, look at all you lazy layabouts. Walk into the train, walk into the parking lot to go get your car, hopping on your bike, on your e-bike, on your motorbike, holding hands with your partner. And I'm running home, running. The other thing I love to do was sometimes I would purposely run on the Friday or Saturday night around anywhere between like 7 to 10 p.m. because those are usually the time where people are on their way to a club. They're on their way to a bar, on their way to a restaurant, maybe on their way to go pick up some McDonald's, pick up some Chinese food. So I'll be running past them as they're carrying a bag of KFC or Burger King, and I'll feel so good about myself. Or I'd run past a pub, or I'd run past a fast food joint or something, and I'd feel flipping amazing, right? Running. But one of the greatest things that you can do to make yourself feel like an absolute beast is when you're on a plane and they come around and ask what you want to eat and you say, nah, I'm good. When they come around with that little tray, drinks, nah, I'm good. When they come or when they put those complimentary peanuts on your thing and you don't touch it, that's when you feel like an absolute soldier. You feel amazing. So when I saw this trend of raw dogging being a thing, I thought, oh my God, I found my people. I found my people. When I saw that there was this trend called raw dogging, I was like, oh my God, I found my people. Because I enjoyed the other raw dogging, right? We all enjoy the other raw dogging. The thing that leads to flipping annoying children and child support and, broken families and, demanding wives and partners. That thing. We all enjoy that raw dogging, right? We all enjoy that. But this raw dogging might be actually more enjoyable than that raw dogging, if that's possible. Listen to this clip. Brilliant.
Raw dogging is a new trend where when you're on a flight and you just sit there and you don't do a goddamn thing except for stare at the maps, the little thing that tells you how far along you are on the flight in front of you. You don't listen to music. You don't drink water. You don't eat the snacks. You don't get on your computer. You just sit there and raw dog it the whole way. Whoa. So this guy says, just raw dogged a 7-hour flight. New personal best. No headphones, no water, nothing. Just sitting there looking at the flight map.
Yo. Can you imagine how happy this made me feel? Because I am this person. I will sometimes get a lot of pleasure out of being the person that never gets up on the flight. I don't go toilet. I don't stretch my legs. I just sit there stoic, back fucking flat, shoulders back, chest up, staring. And the only thing I got on are my noise cancelling headphones, listening to tunes. I don't touch my phone. I put it on shuffle, or I let a playlist play, or the album play all the way through. Or if I'm reading a book, I read the book and I got it in hand, but I never get up to go get my bag. Or I forgot my peanuts. I forgot my popcorn. I forgot my flipping wheat bar. Oh, I forgot my little flask with my drink. Oh, my baguette. I forgot my baguette. What am I going to do if I don't get my baguette? No, I just sit there. The whole entire flight. Now, don't get me wrong. I've never done 7 hours. Mostly my flights are European, so it's anywhere between an hour to 4 hours max. But I love never being the guy that gets up to piss, never being the guy that has to get up and get a jacket, or I'm cold, my neck is a bit cold, my ears are cold, I need a hat, I need some ear fucking muffs, I need a scarf. Nah, when I get on the plane, everything I need I've got to hand. My phone, my passport in my pocket, my keys, and a book or my headphones. That's it. But I need to do this road dogging, because road dogging, you don't use any electronics. You just listen to the of the plane and someone talking. That's what you listen to. The ambiance around you. You're essentially like a real life field recordings. This time it's plane recordings. I need to try this because I'm already halfway there. I'm already one of those badasses who doesn't drink on the plane, doesn't eat a single thing, even a sweetie, even a bonbon. Big up Rodeo Brito. Even a bonbon on the table. Me not eat that. Like, I just sit there, straight, looking forward, waiting for the plane to land. That's it.
How angry he is.
This is the worst.
And then this guy,
Big up Uche in the stream chat. You're not allowed to fart either, AZ. How did you know? How did you know? How did you know? There's nothing better than farting in a flipping plane and feeling that fart vapor pass through the gap on the back of the seat. The little gap from the base bit to the back bit, that little gap, feeling it pass through or feeling it seep underneath your legs, and then seeing people around you like twitch, like, and try and figure out where it come from. And if you're smart, you turn on the little air vent at the top and it blows it another direction, so somebody else gets the blame. You kind of duck. Uche knows what I'm going. She knows what I'm about. You knows what I'm about.
He's an Australian musician. 15 hours just staring. Oh, dog.
Yo, an Australian musician traveled from Australia all the way to LA, 15 hours, no headphones, no book, no laptop, no tablet, zero. That's something to be applauded about. That deserves an applause. That deserves an award, a sticker. 15 hours on the plane, voluntarily, no headphones, no entertainment, no books, not even the pamphlet they give you behind the seat. Wow.
staring ahead. He's looking at the bags under his eyes.
Are you allowed to go pee, Wes?
Okay, so here's the thing: is in raw dogging you can go pee, but there's an even more extreme form of raw dogging, which is called barebacking.
Yeah.
Where your seatbelt the entire time, you don't go pee, no music, nothing. You can't even look at the map. You just look at a blank
Oh,
screen.
dude, if you're
I love that. That's me. By the way, this guy dyeing his hair and his beard is funny, but that's me. That's me. I love a good raw dog. I love a good bareback because it just makes you feel better than everybody else around you. Everyone else around you is like crumbling, faltering, giving into their primal desires. I'm hungry. To me, it's a practicality thing because if I'm going on holiday, I want to go on holiday and I want to enjoy the place that I'm going. I don't really care about the in-between, just the means of getting there. So I've never understood people who pig out at the airport, who get drunk on the plane. Hey, yo, big up NJ Ranger. Appreciate you, bro.
Okay, at least you're listening to something or reading. This, however, is full of crap. Surf mentality. You're supposed to take as much back from these greedy companies. Drink, watch, whatever.
These MF worries about bugs and pods, but are getting ready for it. No, I get what you mean, but it's about self-control. It's about discipline. It's about not giving in to your immediate desires and about having some level of self-control. And also, I feel like enjoying what you're going to enjoy when you land. I don't want to get messed up on the plane. I don't want to get drunk at the airport. I want to get messed up and drunk where I land. I want to enjoy that food. You know, that's what I want to do personally. It's like why I stopped. I said it before. I was the person who, if I booked an Airbnb, the first night I landed, I'd go out grocery shopping and buy like, I don't know, things for breakfast, some eggs, maybe some bread, cheese, ham, whatever, shit. Just so I had something to have in the morning in case I woke up hungover or I couldn't bother to go to a cafe. But nowadays, even if I'm staying in an Airbnb, I actually like not buying a single grocery, maybe just only buying drinks and putting those in the fridge and actually venturing out to try and find new cafes every single night that I'm away to go and visit and drink at. Because why not? If you're going on holiday, why are you trying to save money? Why are you buying groceries? And why are you cooking for yourself? It should be the time where you enjoy being served, right? You enjoy going to eat at nice places, crap places, whatever. You just go and buy food because you're on vacation. You take, you probably do what you probably wouldn't do at home and eat out every single night. Or maybe you do, whatever. So that's what I've started to do nowadays. So I think the way to enjoy that is to maybe, not indulge in the Burger King at the airport, not to indulge in the Wetherspoon at the airport, not to indulge in just, you know what that tastes like, you know what that's about. Land to a place where you're at and at least go to the McDonald's over there in the location that you're going to. Even if it's somewhere local, it doesn't matter. Just enjoy that. That's what I like to do. And also, I feel like you feel like a boss doing it too. Everyone around you can't not have the nuts, can't not have the snacks because it's just there and it's free. When you're the one person that doesn't take it, you're like, yeah, I'm better than you, mofo. I'm better than you, mofo. So I understand what you mean, NJ Ranger. Yes, take from these corporations as much as you can take. I do that currently at the moment, I'm known, I'm known around the place where I live. Let's just say that. So I do my fair bit of taking. But when it comes to taking flights and stuff and eating in the airport, I think that's a misnomer. And I love the feeling that I get from feeling like I'm better than people by just sitting there like a fucking statue. Don't get me wrong. In my head, I feel like a badass. I'm sure people look at me like I'm a freak, but I love it. Just sitting there. No toilet. No walking up and down to stretch my legs. No doing yoga in the middle of the aisleway or fucking Tai Chi and stuff to get the blood flowing. We just sit there. That's it. I love it.
You're gonna go raw dog. You might as well go bareback.
Oh, it's gonna get crazy if it catches on. People are gonna just be a fucking flight of zombies just staring ahead. Don't bother me. I'm raw dogging.
Yeah, raw dog in progress.
What if you got a whole flight worth and you just got everyone to raw dog it the entire
Dude, it'd be
flight?
so freaky.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, good. Anyway, I love a bit of raw dogging. Big up my raw doggers in the stream chat. Put the dog emojis in the stream chat if you like a raw dog, right? If you like raw dogging, put the fucking, dog emojis in the stream chat. If you're one of these like pampered people who like to get eaten, oh yeah, big up Omar Ramos.
Aggie, sorry to disturb the flow, but can you give a fellow DJ a shot and hear my set? I'm going to record later and I can send it over. Just tell me what way to send it.
Yeah, brother. Yeah. Of course. I can't do nothing for you. I'm not a shot giver. I'm a shot taker, right? I'm not a businessman. Yeah, whatever. But you get me. I can't do nothing for you, unfortunately. If I could, I'd be like Rogan and I'd put you on. That's what I would do, actually. That's just what we're gonna do next. We're gonna do podcast cringe next. I'd be like Rogan. If I could do something for people, I'd be like Rogan. I'd just get, that's what I'm gonna do. When I become rich and famous, I'm not buying a gold house. I'm not buying a shitty apartment in Greenwich somewhere overlooking the Thames. I'm not buying a Tesla. The first thing I'm doing when I get rich and famous is I'm opening my own nightclub. And guess who's playing all night? Guess who's playing back to back to back by force? So yeah, when that happens, you of course will play. But in the meantime, if you want to send me over your mix, send it over to me on Twitter. That's where I'm on mostly. DM me. I'll listen. I'll check it out. I don't know what I can do for you, but if you want listen, if you want ears on it, I'll play it for you and no problem. And you know what I'll do for you actually, Omar Ramos? Send it over to me and guess what we'll do? We'll put that on the flipping stream. We'll put it on the stream. Don't know what it's going to do for you, right? My 60-odd viewers, don't know what that's going to do. I don't know if anyone's going to help, but you never know. Someone from Tomorrowland may be watching. Someone from Space, Miami. You never know who's watching. I doubt it, but you never know. So send it through on Twitter and we'll go from there. Okay? Cool. Blessed. I see some dog emojis in the chat. Look at you. I see some dog emojis in the chat. Look at you disgusting people. I was only joking, by the way. I don't really like raw dogging. I'm a responsible adult. Look at you disgusting people revealing yourselves, exposing yourselves. Ew. You guys like raw dogging. Ew. Disgusting. How could you guys admit that? How could you guys admit you like raw dogging? Yucky. I just like not eating on the plane. That's what I like doing. I don't know what the raw dogging stuff's about. You guys are disgusting. You guys are awful. Awful people. Anyways, continuing on. Talking about DJing and piggybacking off of what Omar Ramos requested. I am not Joe Rogan. I'm going to be Joe Rogan, but I'm not Joe Rogan. And I'm going to be the Joe Rogan of DJ, and I'm going to expose it. I'm going to get to a point where I'm so rich and famous that people just have to say that I'm a good DJ, even if I'm not. Because I'm so rich and I'm so famous. That's what I want to do. Big up. Who's this?
Shiraz, thank
yes. I
just need a peer review.
Yeah. Pair reviews, man. Pairs in the chat. Pair reviews. We're here. We're pairing it up, brother. Pair reviews. I love a good pair. Actually, a pair in a green shake. Oh, I could have a green shake right now, couldn't I? I could actually have a green shake right now. But I only have apples. Bummer. Anyway, I would love to have a pear. If I had a pear, I'd make a flipping green smoothie. But pears in a green smoothie, delicious. So big up my pears, big up my reviewers. Let's freaking go. Next thing we're going to look about. On the back of the conversation regarding what I can do for people and what I can't. Ari Shafir accidentally exposes Joe Rogan's comedy career. This is courtesy of the one and only Podcast Cringe, the legend Podcast Cringe. Check out Podcast Cringe. I'm a big supporter and lover of Podcast Cringe. He made this interesting video piggybacking off what Ari was talking about when it comes to Rogan being very generous and being very giving. It's just released recently, a couple of hours ago. So we're going to watch it today as a family and lend some opinions and opine and suggest some things, talk back, whatever it may be. But in particular, I don't think let's just watch the video. Let's watch the video and you can see what I'm thinking about. But I got some thoughts. Big up Podcast Cringe. The title is Ari Shafir accidentally exposes Joe Rogan's comedy career. Let's put it on full screen and let's go.
And Rogan was always passing money around.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he kept me in business for a long time.
Rogan did?
And also never touched my wallet and went out to the finest restaurants. He paid like 3 times in a row. I'm brand new to life. This isn't normal for someone. You get round, but not consistently get rounds. That's weird. And then later we're walking back to the comedy store. He goes, hey, just so you know, like it's not a power position when I pay for you. It's just like that standard meal for me is about a quarter to you.
I think of money as fun coupons.
Sure.
That's how I think of it. Like, how much fun can I have with this?
I think of it as safety.
Yeah, but there's also like, you have.
Don't get me wrong. I like that exchange. I think of money as fun coupons. I think of money as safety. I think of money as shelter. I think of money as sustenance. I think of money. I love that exchange. Like, what? Fun coupons. Okay.
Have all these fun coupons. Why do you have them if you're not going to spend them? You should be spending them.
Why do you think he does it?
Oh, I don't know. He's a positive guy.
So if you haven't heard, Joe.
So in that particular clip, what Podcast Cringe is trying to get at is that the way Joe Rogan looks at money is a bit problematic, and how he talks about his wealth and how he flaunts it and how he's essentially used his money as a way to kind of buy his way into comedy and solidify his position and his status, even though some people say his stand-up isn't great. That's basically the premise of it. But I disagree. I think it's a little bit overly cynical, personally, for me. But maybe because I'm a Joe Venger and I've got my JRE cape on, maybe. But let's let the video play out.
Joe Rogan is dropping his first comedy special in 6 years live on Netflix at the beginning of August, and the response has been absolutely brutal. Even Rogan himself looks worried in the promo poster, and the fact that it's going to be a live event just makes the whole thing even better, or worse depending how you look at it. So I'm going to take you through the responses so far to the announcement, but also, as you saw in the intro, Ari Shaffir went on the Tucker Carlson show this week, where they discussed everything from the Kobe Bryant controversy, all the death threats that Ari has received over the years for his controversial style of comedy, as well as his experience as a Jew in the modern world.
By the way, I wonder if Tucker Carlson is making more money now that he's doing things on his own and not on Fox than when he was on Fox. And I also wonder, why didn't he start his channel a long time ago? Why didn't he do this ages ago? Because clearly people like this stuff, and it's the flavor of the month, or it's a flavor of the current times. Everybody's on this right-wing grift, and he's the biggest right-wing grifter there is. I wonder why he never properly started doing YouTube or online content before, because he would have killed it before. While he was on Fox, if he would have also been posting on YouTube and doing content and stuff, he would have killed it, stoking the fires of division and hatred and whatever else that goes on, right, and misinformation. He would have really thrived. So I wonder if he's actually making more money now that he's doing it all on his own, or was he making more as a salaried employer at Fox? Because, you know, a lot of these guys, they only go where the money is anyway. But yeah, because his numbers are crazy.
Needless to say, it was boring as fuck until they got to the end and Tucker asked about Rogan's impact on the comedy industry as a whole. That discussion ended up as a clip on one of Tucker's YouTube channels with the title, How Joe Rogan Single-Handedly Saved Comedy. And as per usual, whenever Rogan's impact on comedy is discussed, or just his comedy in general, the guys having the discussion are completely oblivious to the fact that Rogan's comedy is trash. Take a look at some of the most liked comments under that clip. Joe Rogan honestly isn't a good comedian. That being said, what he has accomplished with his podcast is extraordinary, and his commentary when it comes to martial arts is top-notch. Joe is an average comic.
The martial arts thing is interesting. If you've been paying attention to the current status or the current trends or the current climate of MMA commentary, you would have realized that content-wise, it's probably the best it's ever been. There's so many great channels out there, big or small, that cover MMA, and they cover all the leagues, not just flipping the UFC, all the promotions, sorry. They cover fighters around the world. They do deep dives. They're very knowledgeable about the sport. So you don't really need to go to the UFC for all your like MMA content anymore. You can go to different content creators out there. And a lot of people I've recognized, because when I watch fight cards, I will sometimes have the Reddit open as well. So I'll be on the MMA Reddit and I'll be reading through the live thread of the fight card. And I've noticed a real uptick in people criticizing and complaining about Rogan's commentary in the last few years. Beforehand, everyone used to say, oh my God, Rogan's so amazing. He's so insightful. He's this, is that. A lot more people call out Rogan for like getting stuff wrong, for being for being knee-jerk, for, you know, just generally not having a good understanding of the sport, or maybe, not maybe understanding a fighter's style, maybe not watching a lot of tape. And I think a lot of it has to do with a lot of these YouTubers, content creators who are doing great work, basically showing up a lot of these commentators and providing way better analysis. So the sad thing about Rogan is that the only thing he has in his arsenal that is actually world-class at, I think still, is podcasting. Even though he can be an annoying character, I think from time to time, the fact that he still has a podcast that's successful, that he does multiple times a week, 3 hours plus every single time, to that level is still one of his best things that he does. I don't even think MMA broadcasting or being a color commentator or sitting on the mic is anything that he does it's not that good anymore, personally. The best thing he does now is definitely podcasting.
Ari would be literally nothing without Rogan. So what started as a conversation about how Joe saved comedy ended up accidentally exposing Rogan for buying his way onto the comedy scene. But yet again, over on the Joe Rogan Experience, for the second time in 2 weeks, Rogan brought up the fun coupons, so we'll get into all of that as well as a couple of other moments from the latest episode.
I don't want to say who it was. Oh my God, I just got hot sauce in my eye.
Oh no.
I was eating something with ghost peppers today and I forgot I had it on my hand. I just...
He's so badass, isn't it? He's so tough. He's so badass. I was eating ghost peppers. Man. Honestly. I love Rogan sometimes, but he's such a caricature of himself, isn't it? He's funny dude, man. He's a funny dude. I was chewing a raw chili. So, all right. Congrats.
Swipe my eye. Maybe that'll clear up my eyes.
It's going to clear up something.
Also, just do coke, bro. Just do meth. Just do heroin. These smelling salt things is so lame. Just do some drugs, bro. Smash a couple of prossies. Go on a passport bro trip. Go Colombia. Pick up some chicas. Run out on them. Don't pay the bill. Get your heart rate fucking jumping. Man, like, honestly, like, people out here are doing real drugs. People out here are doing some real degenerate shit. And these guys are buying smelling salts and acting like... This is just as bad as Seth Rogen talking about pot and acid like he's a teenager, but he's a 40-plus-year-old man. Grow up, man. Grow up. No one cares that you rolled a joint. You rolled a doobie. You're smoking the marijuana. You're so high right now because you did mushrooms. You're 40. You're 50. You're 60. Grow up. Either do some proper drugs or shut the fuck up.
You psycho.
You're definitely going to forget about your
Oh my God.
What a glowing endorsement of this product.
Oh my.
Oh, big up Uche. That never happens though. This is something that people don't really pay attention to. Can't wait to see all the comedians pretend Rogan special is funny. That never happens. Pay attention. That never happens. They never actually talk about his special. The only time I've heard people talk about his special, as in like whether or not it was funny, the only people I've heard talk about it was Schultz and Bert Kreischer. I've not heard a single comic, because that's why I was wondering actually when I recorded the first part of this show that got corrupted because my computer was going running. It doesn't exist anymore. But I made a point that not a lot of comedians actually talk about his comedy. If you noticed, they'll maybe talk about him selling out shows. Oh my God, he's playing Madison Square Garden. This world tour is fucking crazy. But you don't really hear a lot of comedians except for Bert and except for Andrew Schultz who talk about Rogan's comedy. So don't expect anything. Just expect radio silence. That's what you should expect. Expect them to pretend like it didn't happen, or expect them to talk about it like a live event. Oh my God, the production, the stage, the lighting. Like they'll talk about it they'll talk about it in that sense, but you won't hear them talk about anything else. Or maybe, oh, he made a really good point. That's what you hear them say. But you're not going to hear them say, oh my God, that bit was so funny. I heard him working on that bit in the Comedy Store all the way to the mothership. And oh my God, that bit absolutely killed me, man. I was crying. You won't hear those words. They're going to talk about the production of the show. They're going to talk about where it was filmed. They're going to talk about all this stuff that has nothing to do with the comedy on stage. That's what's going to happen. I bet you. And also notice the comments in the comment section of Rogan's post on his Instagram. Everybody that's verified that was sucking his dick was just saying congratulations for getting the gig, for getting the opportunity, for doing a Netflix special. Nobody said, I can't wait. I can't wait to see you on stage. Oh my God, this is going to be so funny. Everyone's just like, oh my God, congratulations, I'm happy for you. Like, you know, some empty platitudes or something. So no one's going to say a single thing. That's my theory.
God.
It's all good though, because Sam's lobster shirt made it through the podcast and onto the Comedy Mothership stage later that night for the full Joe Rogan comedy experience. Podcast by day and Comedy Mothership by night. But let's get back to our...
Podcast Cringe doesn't like Joe Rogan, innit? He just doesn't like him. He just doesn't like Rogan at all. I rate the hate. That's such a minor thing to pick apart, but he just had to throw that in there like, fuck this guy.
Ari's interview with Tucker Carlson first. Like I said, they discussed Ari's background and controversies, and there was nothing really new there. But when they got to Rogan's impact on comedy, things got a little bit more interesting.
So that's actually my last question is about the new platform for comedians. Like, how central is Rogan to all this, to this ecosystem?
I mean, he is the best. The amount of support he has. I mean, there's times where he goes, some big guy, some Oliver Stone wants me to have a podcast, but I can't. I have this open micer on today or tomorrow. So I'm already booked. I want to promote this open micer. Whereas everybody else would go, well, the name Oliver Stone will get more hits than this open micer. So I can't. He's just like, I'm the name. I'm Joe Rogan. So I want to put this guy on or that guy on.
I think that's a really good thing, by the way. I don't think that's a bad thing. And I think that's one of the most endearing things about Rogan. Despite him being terrible at stand-up comedy, he's a lover of stand-up. He's probably one of the only comedians you hear talk about stand-up. Talk about specials, talk about writing jokes. And again, it can be a little bit hard to listen to because you then imagine or remember what he's like on stage. But you can tell he loves stand-up. You can tell he tries really hard to be funny. It's just, you know, he's not that funny. Or maybe it's his delivery. Maybe it's his style. But when he gets on stage, you don't really laugh that much. You just listen to him talk. It's almost like a TED Talk, is essentially. Or it's like him doing a live podcast. It's not really like a stand-up show that you are used to where somebody's telling jokes and trying to make you laugh. It's not really about that anymore. It's probably even worse than what Chappelle does, because Chappelle's they're these kind of like philosophical observation in life, but they're usually rooted in something funny that happened. And then you kind of extrapolate it and try to make this big point, which is a little bit, you know, grandiose, a little bit, you know, whatever, a little bit nauseating, but it comes from a funny place. Rogan just gets on there and just starts talking about something he found out on fucking Wikipedia. But he still loves the game. He loves comedy. So I do like it when Rogan will get some random person that nobody knows, some guy that used to open for him at fucking some club in Boston when he came up, and he puts him on a show. And the guy's horrible as well, as, you know, on there. But he puts him on there to help him out. Like, hey, let me get you on here. Let me give you a little boost in your engagement. Maybe that might help you get some sponsors. Might include some views on your flipping YouTube or whatever. Make you get some, whatever. I like that he does that. That's actually one of the most endearing things about him, because I've always said that I think comedians are like DJs in that they're very protective and selfish. They don't really share by nature. I think without Rogan, the comedy scene isn't what it is now, in terms of everybody being kumbaya, come on my pod, we're all a community, we're a crew. I don't think they'd even pretend on camera if Rogan was around. So I think his place or his role is being the guy that basically changed that. They still talk about each other behind each other's backs. They're still very snaky. They're still very backstabby. They're still very untrustworthy. They're still haters. They're still very jealous of each other. But at least Rogan forced them to pretend to be friends in front of the camera and do the whole like, we're a comedy community. Oh, that thing is really important. He might not be funny. We have to give him props for that.
And this guy's funny. I want to push him to a big platform instead of like, what's going to help me book my show? It's like, interesting, will help me. He just, the casual talking about the outlawness of stand-up has helped all of us. Whether or not you've been on his show or not, he's made stand-up more popular.
I agree.
You know, so now we can all just, I mean, it's succeeding on a it's a crazy.
I agree, but he's made it also, he's made stand-up popular, but it's also been a curse because he's very popular. His friends are very popular. Then you watch their stand-up and you're like, hold on. You're meant to be the most popular stand-up comedian. You're the richest one. You're the most well-known one, but you're garbage. You know? That's the issue. It's been a blessing and a curse. Now people look at them and like, you guys aren't actually funny. You know? You guys aren't actually good at what you do. You know, you pontificate about stand-up. You flipping to you talk about it on and on and on, ad nauseum. It's flipping horrendous. It's tiring sometimes. Hear them talk about the business of stand-up. But then when they get on stage, you're like, all this talking and this is what you're doing. All this talking and the first thing you do to get a laugh, an applause break in the audience is take off your t-shirt. Or to be overly, mean to people in the crowd. That's how you make people laugh. Okay.
Crazy level.
So what's the effect on a stand-up's career of going on Rogan?
Well, one time is not as big as it once was because there's thousands of episodes.
I love when I hear comedians say this sort of stuff. I've heard Mark Norman say it. I wish I remember the clip, but there was a particular episode of Tuesdays with Stories where Mark Norman had just come back from doing Rogan, and he was basically complaining about Rogan's show not giving him the bump that he thought it would give him. The Rogan bump isn't what it used to be or something like that. I was like, raw. Look at these entitled cunts. Look at these entitled cunts. This guy doesn't have to share his platform with you. Doesn't have to be that welcoming at all. Does it legitimately out of the goodness of his heart. You get on the show. He's done immeasurable things for you anyway. He's helped you immeasurably. You probably wouldn't be as big as you are now without him. But because it didn't give you 20,000 extra followers on Instagram, you're now like kind of talking behind his back about it and complaining about it. I was like, wow, bro. The entertainment industry really is a what have you done for me lately business, isn't it? Because Mark Norman, you'd imagine, would be no in position to like be moaning about that sort of stuff, but he was. It was a little throwaway comment. I remember him saying it, but I was like, oh, interesting.
But guys like Theo Vaughn launched off like a good early appearance. Tim Dillon launched off that. Dave Smith, really became well known.
I know all three good guys.
Yeah. And you do well on that. Joey Diaz, but like it was consistent ones, It's not like, it's kind of like the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Where it's like, they say like, you go on there, you're a star. And everyone you talk to from back then, like, no. Your 8th time on there, you're a star.
But it's also important, I think, to go on Rogan on any platform. I think the days of people going on platforms and being made by the platform are over. You have to have something going for you. You have to have a little bit of something going for you. You have to be somewhat interesting. Then it kind of helps. That's probably the thing. So maybe if you go on Rogan and you already have your, you've been doing stand-up for ages. Your stand-up, you just haven't got the look. You haven't got the limelight on you. You haven't had people looking at you or paying attention to you. And you get put on a bigger platform, it could help. Because people could then look into your catalog and be like, oh shit, you put out a special in 2001. Let me go check that out. Or if you've already got a podcast, but you don't get a lot of listeners, cool. You jump on Rogan, it's going to boost what you already have. But going on there with nothing is a little bit dumb. It's probably not a good use of your time, and it probably won't do anything for you. You got to already have something going for you. You've also got to be a bit likable, and then that could obviously give you a boost and take you somewhere. But the fact that he does it out of the goodness of his heart goes a long way in my book, because I think a lot of these comedians, if they were put in Rogan's position, they wouldn't be so open and so free with their platform as Rogan has been with his over the years.
But that whole week, people recognized you.
But unlike Carson, I mean, Rogan makes the call himself. He doesn't have scouts in the clubs at night.
Mm-hmm.
So one thing that I've noticed in particular since Rogan opened his comedy club is that he's having more and more comedians on his podcast to help promote them, and then getting them up on stage that night and throughout the rest of the week to perform at the mothership.
To be fair, I haven't noticed an uptick. I'm not going to lie. I think it's always been like that. It's always been comedians, It's always been stand-up comedy heavy. No? Or am I bugging? I never noticed an uptick. It's always been... People have always been annoyed that Rogan interviews more stand-up comedians than other people. Even on the Reddit from back in the day, even before he had the comedy mothership, it's not... I don't think it's increased. I think it's the same, really. It's maybe a little bit more obvious now because he's got the club, But I think that's always been the case. He's never really strayed away from that. That's probably why people love him in stand-up so much, because he sticks to his roots. He sticks to what he's come up from, and that's comedy. They get kind of the priority. Comedians and MMA fighters, they kind of get the priority in terms of having a platform to talk.
If you're a big fan of stand-up and you're constantly looking for new acts to watch, then it's probably a good thing. But I'm starting to see more and more comments, especially since he's been back on YouTube, saying something along the lines of, I'm so sick of all these comedians I've never heard of going on the podcast, or as soon as I saw the description of this guest as a stand-up comedian, I clicked right off, or I knew I could miss this one. There seems to be a growing sense of fatigue with all the comedians Rogan's pushing on his podcast, and I'm not just talking about the Rogan 6. And it's not just because some of them we haven't heard of, it's mostly because the conversations are boring as hell.
Agree with that one. Big up Uche. I saw Mark Norman before and after Rogan bump, and he was funny before. Yeah, it happens to the best of them, unfortunately. And it's even worse with him because he's also another one who loves comedy, loves writing. So to hear that his levels are dropping, I've seen people even on Tuesday Stories subreddit comment and say that he's not as funny as he was in the past. It's like, oh man, this podcasting thing happens. It kind of ruins everybody, kind of, you know? But I don't think it ruins people because you're on the podcast talking too much. I think it's just because you just make a loads of money, and maybe the pressure or the onus for you to be funny isn't as important as it once was. I think when it's like make or break, you have to be funny to pay your bills, to put food on the table. I think that's why these guys do some of their best work when they're on the come up. But when you start making like, I don't know, $100,000 a month from just your podcast that you record with your friend in your living room, you're not going to try as hard as you were before on stand-up. I think that's mostly what happens. They take their foot off the pedal, they get lazy, they get comfortable, and then the comedy obviously suffers. And then you start to run into old bad habits like, you know, taking bits that you do on the podcast and turning them into, or taking topics that you talk about on the podcast and turning them into bits and stuff and then record. Like, that's when that stuff happens. But I also wonder if maybe that's not the case. Maybe there is an argument to be had for podcasting ruin stand-up in the way that acting, because actors for the most part haven't really gone balls to the wall, dived in with 2 feet when it comes to podcasting. I think actors are the only ones who've refused to do that sort of thing. Some of them have still got social media as a way to kind of engage, but they don't overly beat you over the head with their presence. They're not constantly trying to get your attention. They obviously would be there during the red carpet event and stuff, but you don't really hear there's not really a lot of actors with big podcasts from what I can think of. But I think that helps them in their actual career, because that bit of mystery, that bit of, you know, separation can maybe make you want to watch what they do. It also helps because you don't know what their opinions are on certain topics, because maybe a lot of comedians are suffering from, because you listen to them on podcasts so often, you start to like or dislike them based on what they talk about and their views on certain things. And that might then sully or taint their stand-up. But if you're an actor and you don't talk, you don't do interviews, you barely have a social, and you have no podcast, all people get from you is what you do on the screen. And if you do good roles or things that people like, they're going to have good things to say about you, even though you might be an arsehole behind the scenes. That might be part of it.
Rogan gets them on and starts giving them career advice, telling them the same old stories over and over again.
Yeah, big up Koila. That's a good example, actually. Actors can't do podcasts because they have zero personality. That's very true. Or if they do have personality, they're like Terrence Howard, you know? They either have the personality of a cardboard box or they're Terrence Howard. Choose your fighter. Big up Uche. Burning material in TikTok clips. Fucked. Yeah. Yes. That we can definitely agree on. The clips, the proliferation of clips has definitely been a negative to podcasters. Even, I think, content creators. I look at people like Joe Budden, a lot of those people, like, the viral virus has like damaged a lot of podcasting in general, because everyone's trying to say things in mind of what they're going to clip to put on TikTok with subtitles. So it kind of changes what you say, it changes how you say it, you know, all that sort of shit happens. So yeah, for sure. The podcast clip industrial system has definitely ruined comedy.
and that's probably why the view counts on those episodes are so much lower compared to non-comedian guests. At this point, I think Rogan's risking too much by investing all of this time and money into stand-up comedy. People are starting to get comedy fatigue, and now that he's back on YouTube, he can't hide the numbers like he used to on Spotify.
I don't think he was hiding the numbers. I think that was Spotify's thing. I don't know. I think he's misremembering. I think Podcast Cringe maybe hates Rogan too much, but I don't think Rogan was ever hiding the numbers. That was just a Spotify thing. Spotify don't publish the numbers. Unless you're like a musician and stuff and you got the plays next to your song. They don't really publish the metrics of podcast. And obviously it was in their best interest to keep that private because that would allow them to negotiate better rate or a better deal for themselves and not have to pay Rogan maybe what he's worth, because people said he probably should have got way more money than what he got from Spotify. I think the alleged sum is somewhere between 100 and 300 million. But that's the reason why. And I think comedians on Rogan's episodes have always been lower views, especially in a week where it's like back-to-back comedians. They're always going to be lower than some physicist or some scientist or some psychologist or some other person who might be a bit more interesting, historian. Those have always been low because, there's only so much, the Comedy Store's amazing. This person's a killer. Talk anybody can handle. I don't think it's unique to nowadays. Big up Unique.
More episodes are struggling to hit 1 million views, and when you consider that Rogan used to get an average of 10 to 11 million views per episode, it just goes to show how many people have stopped clicking on his podcast. But outside of the show, Rogan is known for being quite generous with his money and helping out his friends who were broke. Because remember, Rogan's pretty much always had a public profile, whether it was news radio in the late 90s, Fear Factor in the early 2000s, or being one of the faces and voices of the UFC for almost 30 years. He's always been a celebrity in one way or another, and he's always had money.
And Rogan was always passing money around.
To be fair though, he was also smart. Like starting a podcast back then, that was the infinite money glitch. That was the real hack. Yes, he was famous. Yes, he had money, but starting a long form podcast like that back in those days and just being consistent with it, that was the greatest money hack ever. And never really stopping, having your door open to all types of people, and also the comedy thing, genius move.
Oh yeah, he kept me in business for a long time.
Rogan did?
I opened for him for 5-6 years on the road. Yeah, we're good friends. But so I mean, I can't pay him back. I just try to pass it.
How many
forward.
dates do you do?
Yeah, Rogan, he just rules for it. And it's a way of he's like, pay your openers well. He was paying me $150 a set to MC. The standard rate was $50. He was paying $150, and then paying Joey Diaz would go with us also. He's paying him also $150, and the rate for the middle was $100. And then one day he called me and Joey, and he goes, "Hey, I'm sorry, I'm giving you guys a raise." But I'm like, no one's offering us that much. Definitely not more. He goes, "No, you guys are headliners. You should make headliner money. I'm giving you $250 a set." So we'd come home with as much money as I would make pretty much on my own headlining.
That's a really good thing. But I wonder what Rogan thinks about that rumor that Theo pays his openers really badly. Remember that rumor that came out? Wasn't a rumor actually. It was flipping what's his face? Those comedians on I forgot the show. Where they were talking about Theo and allegedly him not paying his openers well. I wonder what he said about that. I wonder if he set Theo straight. But I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's a great thing. I think if you've got the means, you should be trying to improve things. If he has money that allows him to be a little bit more free to do things and to maybe change things and to install some good habits, why not do it? Because I honestly think without Rogan, these guys don't have each other on pods. These guys aren't bringing each other on the road. They're not getting each other to open for each other. They're not doing all those type of things. They're very selfish. They're very they don't even share with up and comers, not even people on their same level. So I think Rogan being around has forced comedians to be nice to each other, to be cordial, to be collaborative and shit. But I honestly think if you've got the money to help your friends out, especially in the industry where everyone's, it's crabs in the barrel mentality, it's a scarcity mentality, I think you do owe it yourself to try to change that by giving people some more money, by paying them well. I know that's what I did when I was promoting, when I was throwing club nights and stuff. I think even in the club that we were promoting at the time, the Alibi back in the day, that basement bar, it was always free entry. We might have been the only promoters at that time who actually paid DJs to play. A lot of the people who were putting on nights would get people to play for free. Or maybe they'd pay one person. We would pay the entire lineup. So you'd see our lineup of our, and this is really dumb as well, by the way. It's probably why we probably weren't successful with it. We'd have a club night that would start from 9 p.m. to 3 a.m. or 9 p.m. to 2 a.m., let's say, which is not a lot of time because most people only come out at 10 or 11. So it only is full for like 4 hours, if that. We would pay 6 DJs on that lineup £50 minimum per hour or per whatever their set is. And at the end of the night, for like a 250 cap little dive bar, and you only get 10% of the bar take after it makes 1,000, it's not a lot of money split between 2 people if you're paying everybody on the lineup. But we do it because it's fun and because it felt good to pay our friends who then went on to become big DJs bits of money in the beginning and be like, oh shit, I was at the, you know, I kind of helped them to get where they're at, or I contributed to the journey, or just nice to get them opportunities to play in front of people because I know they're talented and stuff. It's just nice to pay your friends if you've got the means to do it. Why not? Why wouldn't you do it? So I think Rogan going above and beyond to give these guys way more than the market rate is a good thing, because what you'd hope, it doesn't always happen though. It doesn't always happen. But what you'd hope is that when you do the good thing, they're going to then do it to other people. They're going to pass it forward. It doesn't always happen sometimes. Sometimes people who get given things by nice people are sometimes the biggest assholes and can be the most tight-fisted, the most greedy, right? That can happen. But I think in general, the fact that he's really famous and everyone wants to be around him and he's got loads of money, I think people just copy what he does because they think it's going to make them money too. Not because they're trying to be good people. Just because, oh, successful guy does that, I'm going to do that. So I think they just copy him by default. And it's a good thing. It doesn't matter why they copy him. The fact that they do it is a good thing in general. So I don't mind this. I don't mind this about Rogan at all.
That I never got any work, by the way. But like, it would have been the same. And also never touched my wallet and went out to the finest restaurants. You know, it was great.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Why do you think he does it?
A part of me thinks, I think I saw Coiler mention it, a part of me thinks he also really wants to be involved. Because don't get it twisted. I'm somebody who doesn't like to like network or beg or try to be people's friends and stuff. I kind of like to live in my own little silo, be on my own little island. But let's be honest. When I eventually open my own club, I will be at the center of like nightlife and club culture. And suddenly I have all these people who I would not try to befriend or who probably wouldn't give a fuck about me, giving a fuck about me because I'm now important, or I'm now have clout, or I now have status because I have a club and they can play at it. So that was what happens. So that by default will want you probably want more of that. So you keep the club going. So there's probably part of Rogan, because he loves comedy so much, he kind of, I wouldn't say he's buying his way into it, but you're aware of the fact that you put people on, it basically cements your position. No matter what he does, he's solidified. People are going to ride or die for him because of what he's been able to do for people, change their lives, change their careers, put people on. So that might be part of the reason why. And maybe it's just a fun thing. You just like hanging out. He says it all the time, how much he enjoys hanging out with comedians because of the crazy chats they have in the green room and all the risque things they say, all the jokes they make that regular people don't get. So maybe because of that, like, why wouldn't you just want to max it and just be like, you know what? I want to make sure I'm always surrounded by comedians. I want to make sure that they're always in my life. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to open my own comedy club, you know, like, because I can afford to. And I'm going to take the risk to open it. I'm going to have it be the best of the best, have the best of the best people in there, the best equipment, the best audio visual, the best everything, because I can afford to do it. And that's going to bring all the best talent here also. And I'm going to be surrounded by the people that I want and like because I can afford to.
Oh, I don't know. He's a positive guy. So for a while, he just brought Joey Diaz with him. And then, and Joey was pretty coked up back then. He'd get to the airport and he's like, Joey, where are you? No one answer his phone. And then he'd land in the new city. He's like, where are you? He goes, something came up. I missed my flight. And it's like, I was at the airport. You missed your flight. He just, coke excuses, you know?
Yeah.
And so he's just like, he's unreliable. He might not show up. It became too much. But instead
So
of
if you have somebody in your life who's unreliable, it's either they're a cokehead or they're just unreliable. It's probably better to be a cokehead than be super unreliable. Just because you're just unreliable and you like to flake. And I've been that person, unfortunately. It's actually better to be a drug addict. At least that is a reason that people can maybe understand. When you just wake up like, meh, I'm not in the mood. Meh, fuck that person. Meh, fuck that person. That's kind of bad. It's actually better to be a degenerate drug addict than it is just to wake up one day and be like, meh, fuck them. Damn, man, I gotta change my ways.
saying, you can't come anymore. He goes, I'll just bring a second opener. So if you don't come, I've still got somebody. It's nuts to have an employee go, I just don't show up a lot. Like, I guess I'll hire 2 employees then. Instead of just firing the guy. He was like, he's too funny. He's got to be supported. It's our responsibility.
That's remarkable.
Yeah. So I try to do that with like young comics. It's like, you know, it doesn't. One time I was.
Wait, so when your opener gets too high to show up at the airport, you're okay with
No,
that?
I've never had a guy like that. People are too, whatever. But like, no, I'm like, I'll pay for your meals. If we're out, like at a diner after spots, it's like, I got it. Don't worry about it.
By the way, that's funny that he says, I'll pay for your meals when he's taking people on tour, as if like he's doing them a favor. That should be the standard, really. But like I said, without Rogan, this wouldn't happen. Without Rogan, these comedians would be going on the road with these guys. They'd be having to stay in motels or sleep in their cars while these guys had rooms in the Hyatt, right? They'd have to pay for their own food, maybe pay for their own travel, and maybe they'll get peanuts when they go and actually perform. So the one thing that we have to give Rogan credit for is creating a culture where you look after those around you. You look after your fellow comedians. You treat them with a level of respect or something, you know? A little bit. I think that's something we have to give the guy credit for, because without that, without him, all of these guys are not eating. Only the top of the top are eating. Whereas I think nowadays, across the board, even though there's still a small minority, even though what Cat Williams said is true, Rogan does only promote these 6 unfunny friends, I think in general, as soon as you get into Rogan's orbit, or you're like loosely associated, you're basically solidified. And I think that happens. It's almost like a trickle down economics thing that Rogan's created, in that everybody's kind of good because he's like so free, spreading the love and spreading the money and the opportunities. Whereas I think if the other guys were in Rogan's position, they would only be like the top apex comedians. The top 1% would only be the ones eating, and everybody else would be fighting for scraps. Whereas I think nowadays there are people at the lower levels who are enjoying the fruits of Rogan's star power. Like, look at the guy from, look at Ben Avery and Lemon Party. That does pretty well. That's not a really super popular podcast, but he benefits from Tim Dillon, and Tim Dillon benefits from Rogan. And then now he has a podcast that he does with his friends that does fairly well, even though him and Rogan aren't close or friends or anything. That's kind of what I like to see. And that's the good thing for Rogan's involvement in comedy. I'll take off my Rogan cape now.
Okay, so I want to point out a couple of things here. The first thing is the time Ari is talking about is probably around the late 2000s. That's when he joined Joey Diaz and Tom Segura, who were opening for Rogan on the road. That's also around the time that Rogan left Fear Factor in 2006, which subsequently led to the show's first cancellation. Apparently, at the time, he'd been doing it for several years, and he was starting to burn out, so he decided to leave and focus on his stand-up comedy career. Now, you've probably heard him say this a million times, but after doing Fear Factor, he had fuck you money. So he left and started focusing on his touring and brought his buddies along for the ride. But one thing I didn't realize until seeing this interview is that Ari wasn't getting any other work besides Rogan propping him up and paying him really good money to open for him on the road. Incidentally, Rogan would go back to Fear Factor again when it was revived in 2011, except it got cancelled again after one season because the ratings were shit. So I think it's interesting to put that discussion in context, given that Rogan made most of his money at that point from Fear Factor and went back for a second go a few years later, but failed. But going back even further than that to the mid to late 90s when Rogan moved to LA, according to Ari, even way back then, Rogan liked to pay for almost everything.
I remember one of those. He was like brand new to LA. He took us all out for like the standard hotel, late night food. And he paid like 3 times in a row. I'm brand new to LA. This isn't normal for someone. You get around, but not consistently get rounds. That's weird. And we're at Carney's. It was a chili dog place. And I was like, let me get this one. I was broke. I couldn't afford the standard hotel, but the Carney's, it's $3 each, you know? And he goes, no, it's okay. I'm like, dude, please, let me get it. There's also like a man sort of like
course.
hierarchy thing. You can't keep paying for me. I don't know you like that. And I insisted. And he goes, okay, thank you. Appreciate that. And then later we were walking back to the comedy store. He goes, hey, just so you know, like it's not a power position when I pay for you. It's just like that standard meal for me is about a quarter to you. It's about worth 5 nickels.
Yeah.
That's why I pay for it. It doesn't.
It would actually be way more annoying and way weirder if Rogan would split the bill with these guys, isn't it? That's the thing that's really interesting. That people complain or people see this as like him maybe buying people's friendship or being overly, I don't know, just being a little bit too comfortable, like paying for everything all the time. But wouldn't it be weirder that a multi-millionaire would want to split the bill on a steak dinner with people when he could just pay it for himself if he wanted to easily and it wouldn't make a flipping dent? Plus, I don't know about you guys, but sometimes when I go out with dinner with my friends, you take turns covering the bill. Don't regular people do that sometimes? When you go out with your friend and you haven't seen each other for a while, you're like, okay, I don't know, let's go catch up. Let's go grab some drinks. You might cover the drinks. You might cover the meal. Next time you meet up again, that person, like, it's quite normal, no? I don't know. Maybe I'm the weird one and it's not like a thing of like showing off or like trying to be like you're better than the person or flex your flipping money or anything. It's just a way to like, you know, honor your guest and have like a good night out and stuff. And sometimes as well, maybe in the back of your head, this person might be struggling and you just want to help them out and make them feel good for the one night because you're together. You don't want them to worry about whether or not they should order a starter or not. Just come on, man. Be free. It's fine. I got it. Don't worry. Like, that's perfectly fine. And if they can pay it back to you later, they can. If not, you don't care. You're not counting it. You don't have it on a flipping little list with matchsticks. Like, oh, I did 2. You have to do 2 now. No. Because the most annoying person isn't the person who goes out of their way to pay the bill before the bill hits the table. Isn't the person that refuses to let you take out your wallet. Isn't the person that pays for everything. You know what the most annoying person is? The person at the bar who after they buy a round reminds you that they want to drink. It's now your turn. That's the worst person. The person that tells you, oh, by the way, you mind getting us a drink? Like that person. That's the worst person. Let's be real. I know it's a little bit weird, as Ari mentioned, as a man, to let another man pay for you, even if they have money, especially consecutively. It can be a little bit uncomfortable. But let's be honest. The opposite is worse than that. The opposite is worse than that. The person counting or adding up the total of the bill before they ordered on the table. The person going out of their way only to order starters so they don't have to pay too much at the end. When really, if you go together as a group, it's actually beneficial to order together as a group it's actually more cost effective. If you actually want to spend less money, you're better off going with a bigger group of people, ordering whatever you want, and then splitting the bill evenly amongst each other because you get to eat way more and spend less per head because, maybe you buy drinks for the table. Maybe you buy starters for the table and it ends up being less than if you just bought it for yourself. But people don't think that way. It's scarcity mentality. So I don't have a problem with this at all. I think this is perfectly okay. The multi-millionaire being like, hey, you guys are struggling comedians. I've made all this money. I don't have anything to spend it on. Why not me cover it? It's perfectly okay. I don't have an issue with this whatsoever. Don't get me wrong. You as a person, you shouldn't be super comfortable with accepting those type of things all the time. So I think it maybe a limit as to how often you go out with him all the time. Like, I think people are sometimes a little bit too comfortable accepting handouts, if that's a thing. Look at DSP. DSP is a great example of it. Has DSP ever turned down somebody offering to buy him something. Has DSP ever said, nah, don't send me that, it's cool, I got it? Has DSP ever said, like, those guys don't. They are freeloaders to the max. Anything they can get for free, they will get. Or if they don't even get offered it, they will ask, you know? That's the thing that you have to be wary of when you got rich friends, because that could be a little bit annoying where like you're like, you have to at least gesture to take out your wallet. You have to at least gesture. Okay. You have to at least like pretend like you're going to pay, you know? Don't just sit there like a bad bee, like a baddie, you know? Don't just sit there like a baddie and let your friend pay. At least gesture like you got the money too, mofo.
It's meaningless. It's not for power. I thank you for buying me carnies, but like that's all. I have more money, so take some. You know, like if I could just go get coffee at your spot. I don't have to ask.
See, I know a lot of people think it's cool and really nice of Rogan to help.
Big up Koila, exactly. Big up Brandon. I pay for my itches. I love that. I love big up Koila too. My friends take turns by the day and a half. The time we pay ahead for each other. It's not that deep, isn't it? It really isn't that deep. But I think a lot of comedians are freeloaders, probably. They're probably the type of people who like steal the bottle from the bar. They slip out with the drink under their jacket. They stuff the starters in their pockets. Like, I think these guys are rats, probably. That's probably why they're so shocked when like they get treated with a semblance of decency, because they're so used to like literally sword fighting. Right? Literally hand fighting for like croissants and shit. That's probably why. You know what I mean? The type of people that steal towels from hotels and slippers and shit, like, you know what I mean? These guys are like they need it. They steal the little complimentary shampoo and body wash in the showers and stuff, all that sort of stuff. These guys are like that down bad. So when Joe puts them up in a nice hotel, you know, he covers the bill for the fucking fridge, all that malarkey, they're like shocked. You know what I mean?
About his buddies for so many years, especially when they were broke and he had all his Hollywood money, but for me it comes off as cringy. It seems like he used to be a bit over the top. If I had a rich buddy who paid for everything all the time, I think it'd get annoying after a while, and the way that he apparently told Ari that he doesn't do it as a power move, he just does it because spending money is easier for him, that within itself is a power move.
Yes, it is a power move, maybe, but it's also nice because most rich people don't do this. If you're rich, you're usually very good with your money, and being good with your money is not buying the rounds all the time. It's not being the one that covers the bill all the time. That's where you be rich. You be rich by sometimes conserving your money. Obviously, you make a lot of money, but also making sure you don't spend it frivolously is also one of the ways to be rich. So I get it. But I think the opposite is worse. Being tight-fisted and being rich is probably one of the worst things ever, because being filthy rich like Rogan is almost like a blessing from the gods. You have to sometimes, I feel like, pay it back a little bit. I don't agree with the crazy high taxes and shit, but maybe in your everyday life, you should be a little bit more free with your money, with sharing the wealth and making people feel good. Like how Mr. Beast does, in a way, right? Making people feel good because of the station and the platform you've been given. Hey, let me make people's lives a bit better by giving them cash. Yes, it might not go anywhere. Yes, this cash, they might spend it all on fucking Jordans and cocaine and grape juice and chicken and knives and guns and whatever. But at least temporarily, this money that I have loads of, surplus of, will make all the difference to them. Because maybe they were down bad this week. Maybe their payment at work didn't come through. Maybe the unexpected bill had come up that they had to pay. You know, maybe they were really struggling to cover dinner this week. So me giving them this $1,000 has made things a little bit more comfortable. It's temporary because they're going to go back to the reality after the fact, but it's a good thing to do. I don't think it's a bad thing. But I think in general, Podcast Cringe doesn't really like Rogan much, or I think he's definitely one of those people who I agree with in that regard, has an issue with guys who are overly free and giving with their money. Because sometimes you meet those type of dudes who do that type of thing, you know, especially around girls, who make a point to let everybody know that they are covering it, you know? It can be a little bit annoying. I get it. It can be a little bit like they're trying to like sun you. They're trying to big bro you a little bit.
I don't know, maybe it's just me, but it seems like Rogan's been lucky enough to keep tripping over truckloads of cash, and to this day, he hasn't changed a bit.
I love it.
It wears on you when you fly. Like, I just flew from Vegas on Sunday morning. It wears on you. That day, you're like wrecked for no reason.
You're not, and also I have a hard time like spending the money to move up front. You know,
Right.
Like
right,
I spent $600 once to fly back from Australia in first class, and then the whole time I was sitting up there, I was just pissed at myself for being such a
spending the
bourgeois
money.
pig that needed to be comfortable.
Yeah. That's going to be a problem as you become more successful. One thing that definitely happens is people,
Rogan, like, don't worry. More money you make, you'll forget. You'll forget about those insecurities. You'll forget about that guilt. You'll forget about all that stuff. Like, don't worry. When you become rich, everything changes. I don't think it does. I think some people are always going to be conscious of it. Me being a good example of it. The way that I've grown up with like legitimately having to like fight and scrape to keep the lights on, having to fucking do your homework by candlelight because you have no money to pay the electric bill. That type of poverty, when you grow up like that, no matter how much money you make in the future, it doesn't change the way you look at money and stuff or how you look at spending it. You're not going to be okay with just spending $1,000 to move up a couple of rows. It doesn't make any sense, especially when the flight's only like 4 hours or something. I think what he said makes sense. If you got the money and you're flying back from Australia to America, which is probably a 10-hour flight, and you have the funds to make that experience a little bit better by paying £600, that's good. No problem. You shouldn't feel guilty about that. But the other thing that some of these guys do, like spending money on like watches, belt buckles, cars, all these depreciate, like obviously watches appreciate, but cars depreciating. That's like, why? Why? It's weird way to kind of like waste money in that regard. Like, it doesn't really make any sense. But for some people, maybe poverty affects them in another way, where when you're so broke, when you start making money, the last thing you want to do is start saving and conserving it. You want to make sure you enjoy it and spend it on all the things you could never spend it on when you were dead broke. So, two sides to every coin.
people develop this sort of crisis, the imposter syndrome sort of thing. That happens when you become famous and when you become successful.
Well, I don't have imposter syndrome.
Oh, good point. God's node. Good point. I'm glad you said that because lately I've been having, honest moment, I've been having a lot of contempt and a lot of almost hatred when I see a homeless person on the street, especially the ones in my area. I always feel like they're scamming. They're just like life is hard for all of us. Why do you get to just sit on your ass and just hold your hand out? I had those kind of thoughts in my head. But actually, what God's no said is actually the truth. That's actually how I should be thinking. That's how I was seeing giving money to the homeless. It just makes their night less shitty. It's worth it. I agree with you, man. I think I have to change the way I think about it. I think you have the right mentality and mindset around it, giving money to the homeless. Yes, they may go and waste it on whatever. It's their business. Once you give it to them, it's their money, technically. It's not your business. But if you can help them have a less shittier night by giving them $1, £2, £5, £10, why not? And I've done it in the past, but I think lately, in the last couple of years, I've started to feel a lot of hatred. I'll be like, oh, why are you just sitting on your ass with your hand out, limbs intact? You don't look like you're mentally handicapped in any way. Why do you get to do that and I have to work and bust my ass?
I know I'm good at the job.
Yeah,
what
but
I
it's
have is
not
like
just
turning
that.
your back on your ideals of like punk rock, like eating out of dumpsters. That thing's hard for me to get over.
Right. And I see what you're saying. Well,
Yeah.
I know a lot of people that get the imposter syndrome thing too.
It's so weird to be in this room.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Godsnode. We are all broken and have no room to judge when it comes down to it. That is so true. And that's why I hate lifestyle shamers. I said it before in the past. I detest lifestyle shamers. It became a big thing during the pandemic when people were like having these epiphanies and midlife crisis and stuff, and they didn't want to go back to how they were before the pandemic. And then I felt people like almost, again, it was not even to me because I don't even party that much anymore, but I felt like people were judging each other a lot more. Oh, because I got pregnant and grown up and now I'm married and I moved out and I bought a house and I've got a car, I'm a better human than you. It's like, no, that's your journey. Congrats. Well done. I'm glad, happy for you. But if somebody wants to live, if somebody wants to have a brat summer all year or a brat summer until the end of time, let them enjoy themselves. If anything, the pandemic should have taught us all to double down on what we enjoy and not, maybe get so serious in life and be boring or take time for granted because we were all forced to sit indoors and watch people on Instagram do stupid things and stuff to keep ourselves entertained. Now we're out and about. We should be able to do what you want to do to your heart's content. But I felt like people judge each other too much these days. It's annoying.
You know what I mean? It's so strange to me, dude. Like, I'm really grateful to be here, but it is just like also weird to remember how far away from this room I was for such a long time.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Well, this room's been around, well, not this one, but one of them, been around for 15 years, which is, that's crazy too. As you get more successful, you're going to get weird with money. It's going to feel weird to you.
It's not what you make, it's what you save.
Yeah, but it's like, what do you do with it? Like, I think of...
That's a good question to ask, though. And I like how he's been introspective. And again, please bear in mind, think of all the comedians that you like, even the ones that you like. Think, if they were in Rogan's position, if they had Rogan's money, would they be as generous as he is? Think about it. Some of these guys don't even get comedians on their podcasts unless they have certain amount of views or unless they've gone viral or unless they sell out. So imagine Rogan's type person who have somebody on who has like 100 followers and shit. You know what I mean? So like, let's give him some benefit of the doubt here. And he's also super rich and very, he sometimes is a bit introspective of his position and stuff. Because I'd imagine if you're him, there has to be a part of you that I wouldn't say, I don't think that's true. I was going to say, I wonder if Rogan sometimes feels like, does he even have that imposter syndrome? Where he feels like, do I even deserve this? Does the work that I do equate to 300 million Spotify podcast deal? You know what I mean? Like, does he think that, or does he think, no, I'm actually one of the smartest people in the world? I deserve this and more. I wonder.
Money is fun coupons.
Sure.
That's how I think of it. Like, how much fun can I have with this?
I think of it as safety. It can be taken away at any moment.
That's up to a point.
By the way, that fun coupon thing he's saying, I think is a play on what Elon Musk said. Elon Musk, when he went on Rogan the first time, I think, was talking about how, I think Rogan was asking him about, what do you do with your money? How do you spend it? And I think Elon basically, he lives quite, I won't say a frugal life, but he's not showy, basically. So he doesn't really have crazy cars or big boats or like, crazy mansions and shit. And I think he's justified the reason why he doesn't have all those things because they create attack vectors. He already is, a divisive, polarizing figure. Sometimes a lot of people hate him. So in his infinite wisdom, he feels like if he just doesn't walk around with a crazy watch and with crazy necklaces and whatever else, it reduces the things people have to attack him for. So I think Rogan used that attack vector thing and extrapolated it and said, I've got these fun coupons. That's what I use money for. Which again, I know it's a little bit disingenuous. I know it's a little bit dismissive. I know it's a little bit entitled. It's a bit privileged. It's a bit, it's very detached from reality because most of us don't have fun coupons. You know what I mean? Most of us have like life coupons. We need this money to literally survive. So it's different. Maybe it's a bit disingenuous, obnoxious, whatever, insufferable. I get it. But I do like the fact that he sees his money as he doesn't see it as fun coupons for himself. He sees it as fun coupons to share with others. I have fun, so I want you to have fun with me, which I think is good. It goes back to how I used to be growing up. When I used to have parties, one of the good things I remember my parents always telling us when we were out growing up is that when they had money, they'd always give us money for our birthday, but they'd always give us money for our birthday to take out our friends, which is something that not a lot of people did. Everyone was kind of like, you come to my party, you pay for your own meal, and you give me presents. Whereas my parents taught us brought us up where when it's your birthday, you take your best friend out for a meal. Like, and sometimes, I don't know. It's for me, I love that sort of thing. And she'd give us money and she'd give us £50. Oh yeah, take out your friends and go take them to fucking Nando's for your birthday. And it'll be so fun because your friends will be super excited to come now that it's your birthday and they don't have to spend money, obviously. But then they also might go out of their way to get you a present now because they don't have to spend money on the food. You know what I mean? Or they just come with a nice vibe, or they're there on time, whatever. That sort of thing was really kind of installed in me as a way to kind of share. And again, that's like somebody has nothing. So it's really funny. I think I always mention it, but there's always a lot of similarities I see with the very poor and the very rich. The very poor and the very rich have a lot of similarities with how they deal and kind of navigate through life. Whereas the people in the middle are usually the tightest. They're usually the ones that, don't like to they don't like to pay for anything. They pay for their bill, they pay for what they eat, they pay for what they drink, and that's it. It's hilarious. Big up Lewis Webster. Appreciate you, Lewis. Thank you for the super chat, brother. No comment on there, but I appreciate you anyway. Big up Lewis Webster. Appreciate you. Wagwan and welcome.
Once you pass a certain bank account number, then it becomes fun coupons.
I remember when I had my first comma in my bank account. I called my dad.
Nice.
Yeah.
Got a comma, Dad.
Yeah, dude.
You don't have to do anything stupid to just prove that you used to be poor.
You don't have to self-flagellate yourself.
Yeah, but there's also like, you have all these fun coupons. Why?
NJ Ranger. Here comes the fun cooker. PG emoji. I wonder if that's actually a thing. If in a group of boys there's like a guy that's got like a crazy wagon, and when people are feeling low or feeling down, he just says, "Hey, you want to smash? You want to smash?" I wonder if that exists. Is there somebody that will do that? Like, hey, here's my, I know you're feeling down. I know you haven't got any for a while. So, wagwan. He's the guy with the back off in the crew. He's the guy with the little peachy bum. Nice and just smooth, hairless bum. I wonder if that's a thing. He just offers up his asshole. He just covers his head, sticks it out of the side. I wonder if that's a thing. I wonder if that's a thing. I'd love that to be true. I really would.
Why do you have them if you're not going to spend them?
Oh,
you should be spending them.
Oh, I mean, I'm burning them down.
Did you get a nice car?
No, I have a 2007 Chevy Impala. I don't have a bunch of cool jewelry.
You got a nice watch.
My wife got this for me. It's $400.
It's a beautiful watch.
It's a great watch.
What kind of watch is that?
I don't like this as a comedy thing. I see Schultz do it a lot too. These guys don't like or don't judge. I don't know, man. I don't like this pressure they put on comedians to like spend money and stuff. Yes, you make money. You don't have to spend it on like material things. Maybe your thing that you like to do is to, look after your family, take your wife out for dinner every day. Now you're making money. Maybe go on nicer holidays. Maybe buy a nicer house. I don't like this thing where like they make them all buy watches. Like everyone's suddenly into a watch now. Now they start selling shows. Hey, I've got a watch. It's like, huh?
It's a Bulova.
Oh, it's pretty.
Joe's funny coupons narrative is starting to rub people up the wrong way. In my video from a couple of weeks ago covering Protect Our Parks 12, the top 3 comments were about...
Yeah, big up Coiler. This guy has a wife. That's a shocker. That's like when you find out. Do you guys remember? Do you guys used to watch Bon Appetit? This is a bit of a weird call. There's a guy on Bon Appetit, the original cast of Bon Appetit, that was incredibly effeminate. Very small, twinky looking guy. I forgot his name. And I found out that he had a wife. I was like, raw. That blew my mind. But then I did some research and found out there is a genre, there is a category of gay guy like that does exist, that doesn't have a husband but has a wife, but then the wife is almost like a matriarch, mum figure type. It's a weird thing. I remember doing a deep dive and finding out that that's quite normal. That's a thing, basically. It's almost similar to like Hugh Jackman. They say Hugh Jackman is like secretly gay, innit? Same sort of thing. Yo, big up.
Question for you.
Lewis Webster,
if I was to give you £10,000 RN, what would you do with it?
10K. What would I do with it? First, probably pay off debts. Give some money to my mum. and then probably the rest of it, I'm not gonna lie, I'd probably get a studio for 6 months. I
Not
probably
only
would.
has Brendan copied every fiber of his being and personality from other people, listening to this has made me realize that he had also tried copying Rogan's altruism toward
I
other
told you
comics.
guys. I told you guys. I told you guys. I told you guys. These guys just rabbit what Rogan says. I know Rogan's annoying. I get it. He's not funny. But I've been listening to Rogan since the beginning. I've been listening to Rogan since like episode 400, 300 mark. This guy's been preaching these things. It's a bit annoying. He's got these factoids and these sayings and these philosophical points that he puts out there. But he's been saying the same things over the years, right? About certain topics, about how he approaches social media, money, career advancements, politics, societal things, bringing up your family, blah, 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 marketing, ticket sales. He has these things, and all of these guys just rabbit and pick up and repeat ad nauseum what he says. But the thing that's fascinated me about Brendan, he's one of the only people who just copies what people says, but doesn't act on it. That's been the fascinating thing to me about Brendan, watching him from afar and being like a former T-Fat-K fan and stuff. I've been like, rah, you clearly see Rogan as like your North Star. He's clearly an inspiration to you. He's clearly done a lot for your career, but then you just copy his mannerisms. You might copy his laugh for a bit. You might copy his political opinions. You might copy his hot takes, whatever. But then actions, you don't actually act like him. Like Rogan is probably way more humble, way more approachable, way more chill, way more relaxed, and way more of a nicer guy than Brendan is, despite him being infinitely richer and having more reason to be a cunt. I've never understood why copy somebody's. Why, like, how could you pick and choose what you want to copy from somebody? Like, it's so fascinating to me, literally fascinating. But Brendan is way more malicious. I've always said, and I've been very forthright in this. It's maybe a bit cynical and a little bit black-pilled, but I've always said that I've always had the feeling that Brendan was overly like altruistic in the beginning of T-Fat-K and putting people on, quote unquote, as a protection mechanism to sort of like insulate him from hate from other comedians. That's always been my theory. He was always like being like, so when people go on the show, they'll be like, oh my God, he's actually, whenever people go on T-Fat-K and they go back to their pod, they'll be like, oh my God, that Brendan, he's actually a really good guy. He's actually a really great guy. He's actually a good guy, you know? Like, so he had those type of people try to rewrite the narrative or put a different view out about him. So it wasn't done in the most genuine way. It was done mostly to kind of protect his image and to make sure people said good things to say about him. And obviously over time, he fucked it up by being a cunt to people. But I honestly think a lot of the reason why he had people on his pod was a way to kind of, you know, give himself friends. Hey, I put you on my pod, remember? You can't say anything bad about me. You can't criticize, you'd be surprised. You can't criticize Gringo Pappy now because you're on my pod, remember? We're friends, right? I put you in contact with Rogan, remember? I got you on Rogan. Conniving. Big up Lewis and big up Austin Casey. Big up Lewis website, big up Austin Casey. Appreciate you.
About Rogan being out of touch and talking about money in that way. And it all stemmed from Rogan's new idea to expand his comedy operations into opening a new club and also potentially buying a local theater.
I think we've already kind of accomplished something that I never would have imagined we've been able to pull off. And I think it happened because like the fucking universe made it possible. All the things had to take place. I had to have the Spotify money, LA's falling apart, the comedy stores closed down, all those employees were available, everybody wanted to move. We started doing shows with Dave outdoors, then we started doing live shows indoors at Vulcan. But the idea is like, stop thinking about money so much. Money is only fun coupons.
But you're a zillionaire.
No. But you're thinking about the money
why.
of the customer.
That's what I'm saying.
The fans.
That's what I'm
Exactly.
thinking of.
But that's also, I'm not thinking about making more money. I made the club specifically to break even. I want to make it the best environment for comedy and not lose money, and that's my goal. I want to pay people well, have a good time. That's my goal.
So
I think that's perfectly okay. That's almost the mantra or the philosophy behind fuck you money. Fuck you money should be so you can say fuck you. and say fuck you to like conventional business practices, like trying to make money, like profit and losses, or growing exponentially every year, which most companies have to do, right? They always have to increase workforce, increase sales, increase turnover, increase profits. He's in a position where he's made enough money. He can't spend all the money that he's made. So why not just do things for the love of the game? Just for shits and giggles. Obviously, make sure it doesn't lose money, but as long as it's not, losing money, and it's fun to do, and it's fun for your friends, and it creates moments and whatever else it may be, why not do it?
Oh, that's
Ben,
so
what's the case?
interesting. Do you think Rogan sort of gave away money to insulate himself as well? So that people won't criticize his terrible comedy?
I don't think so. I'm a big Joe Rogan defender, so you take what I say with a pinch of salt-based salt. But I think Rogan is a lot like me in that money should be like, money is, I won't say it's a utility, but after a certain point, just chasing the high of money is pointless. And I think if you're an artist or if you're creative, you always want to just get to a position in life where your art can pay your bills. But then when you start getting into the race, you start to become a little bit more money motivated, a little bit more motivated by engagement and by numbers and stats and whatever metrics. But as long as your nut is covered, as long as your baseline is covered, as long as all your needs are covered, everything else is just fun. There's no need to. So I think Rogan, personally for me, again, I could be being naive here. I think he is genuine in his intentions in that I only want to make this money and to give it away to people to make life fun. Because imagine, this is another thing as well. Keep in point with this. If you got money, and I've had money or I've had jobs and other people haven't had jobs, how weird is it? Let's be honest. Let's talk frankly. How weird and awkward is it when you have money or maybe you have a job and your friend doesn't have a job? That's your good friend. Now your good friend doesn't want to come outside because they don't have a job. Now your good friend doesn't want to go to the bar because they don't have money to pay for drinks. Now your good friend doesn't want to eat at certain places because they don't have money to pay for the food. Now your good friend doesn't want to maybe talk to you because they're afraid that maybe you might keep asking about the job. It just creates a weird awkwardness that's not necessary. So to make it easy, when you've got money or you love your friend, you're like, fucking hell, man, sharp about the money thing. Don't worry, I got it. Come out, man. Let's have a drink. Come out. Let's have something to eat. Like, get out of the house, man. Like, have a break from the missus. Have a break from the kids. Let's go out. It's sometimes nice to do that just because you know your friend's in a bad position at the moment. And you know when they get back good, they're going to be okay. You're going to go back and forth. There's nothing wrong with that. So I think that's what Rogan's doing. Because if it's to believed, and I think it's true, because I think stand-up is similar to DJing. I've legitimately DJ'd for like 6 hours in a nightclub, and I've been paid in drink tokens. Like as an adult, not as like a teenager. As an adult, I've played in a nightclub and they've paid me in drink tokens, not even money, like a paper that I had to take to the bar and get a drink. So I think comedy and DJing is similar because in the beginning, it's hard to make any money. So everybody's broke. You're all doing it for the love of the game. So if you're Rogan and you just finished doing a show, like really, and everyone's being awkward, no one wants to go to the steak place. Everyone's trying to pretend like they're not hungry. Oh, I'm not really hungry now. I'm just gonna go back to my room. I'm just gonna chill. I'm just gonna watch a movie. I'm actually quite tired. Ugh. You're like, shut up, man. You're not tired. You know you just don't have much. Look, I'm gonna look after it. Don't worry. So it takes that away, so everyone could be free to enjoy. It takes all that. Just come on, just hurry up. Let's go, man. So I get why he does that. So I don't think he does it with the intention of like insulating himself from criticism. I think he does it just to make the interactions and the hangout fun. And if we take him on his word and he does enjoy hanging out with comedians, I just want to hang out with you guys. And the only way I can get you to hang out is if I tell you that everything's looked after because none of you have money. So don't worry. Drink as much as you want to drink, eat as much as you want to eat. We're going to hang out because I like talking to you guys. I think it's done with the best intentions. Now, to be cynical, there is a part of it that is a little bit of a power play. A little bit. If we take what Ari is saying as true, if Rogan does go out of his way to always pay, maybe there is a little bit like, all right, bro, like relax, you know? Relax. It's almost like when you're out with your friends and they have a date or something or whatever, it's a bit bad taste for you to always be the guy showing the money and spending everything and paying. It's almost like you're trying to show up your friend. You have to maybe let your friend flex, you know, or gas up your friend, you know, or pretend like he ordered the bottle. But the fact that Rogan is always like, oh, no, it's me. I'm the guy. You know, it's a bit like, relax. But I think he does it with the best intentions. That's only my theory. I'm going to take off my Joe Rogan cape. I'm going to take Joe Rogan's cock out of my mouth. I'm going to pull it out and just keep pulling it out of my esophagus like I'm one of those balloon magician guys. And we're going to continue.
I don't think Rogan's referring to all money being fun coupons because that would be a crazy thing to say. It's pretty clear that he's saying that he personally sees money in that way because he's so fucking rich, which is still douchey, but I understand what he means at least. However, when you take into account the things that Ari was saying with Tucker and Rogan's seemingly endless investment in stand-up comedy, he says that he's just trying to help out comedians, but the reality is it looks like he's trying to buy his legacy as a stand-up. Joe's been trying to buy his way into comedy for years, and it's working. Like I said earlier...
Yeah, big up Otier. It's of course a power play. Not having money and your mate treating you on a night out is one thing. Living every day as if you're lesser is the Rogan way. Yo, there's probably tons of comedians who have been so happy when they got the Rogan text like, yeah! Drinks, food, and you get paid. They run. They literally can't wait. They never turn it down. But you see it. Look at Brian. I should have made a clip about it. I'm actually gonna make a clip about it. Look at Brian. How shameless he was. Brian asked Rogan for free tickets to go to the UFC. Not for himself, which is already bad enough, but tickets so him and his nephew could go watch the UFC. Number one, why are you asking Rogan for tickets? The only thing you should do, if you are Rogan's friend, I would never ask. If that was, I would never do it in the first place. But if you are going to ask for tickets, maybe ask for like an early code. Maybe before they go on general release, hey, could you give me the code before it goes on general release so I can buy one? Maybe. That's what you could do. That's the benefit of having a friend on the inside. Yeah, don't worry. I can get you to get like, cool. But ask him for free tickets for you and your nephew. Not even just for yourself. Yuck. But I think that's a common thing in that circle of people in closest to him. I bet you they're the most like asky, beggy people. Can I come on your show? Can I promote my special? Could you retweet this? Like, haven't I done enough for you already? Haven't I done enough for you already? I put you on my podcast and let you tell your shitty machine story. Haven't I done enough for you already? Like, how much more the fuck do you want? But I bet you, I bet you any money. This is my feeling, and I bet you this. I bet you Rogan gets more DMs begging for things from his own friends than random strangers. I bet you Rogan's DMs are full of comedians being needy and being desperate and asking way more than strangers who are like down bad asking for money. I bet you.
He's always had money all the way back to his mid-20s. Have you heard about his Disney development deal?
I realized when I was young, I got a development deal for Disney when I was, I think I was 25, 26. Mm-hmm. And I got this development deal, and all of a sudden they gave me like, I think it was like $100,000. I experienced that leap, that jump when I got a development deal. So I was like, I guess I was 25, 26 maybe, 25. And I got this development deal from Disney. And it was like $150,000, and I couldn't believe it. I had $150,000. This is nuts. All of a sudden, I had money. Like, my whole life, I was poor. And my whole life, I was, like, wondering how I was going to, when I was on my own, and it was like, how am I paying the bills? How am I eating? And I felt like a physical weight lift over my shoulders. I remember feeling light. Yeah. Like weight had been lifted off me. Like, now I didn't have to worry about my rent. Now I didn't have to worry about food. Mm-hmm. And I remember thinking immediately, oh, this is the key. It was like,
I wonder why somebody that says this is also against UBI. Because isn't that the whole reason behind UBI? Kind of. It's to not give people enough money to like be rich, but enough to cover their basic necessities. I think the basic premise of it was like, give everybody $1,000 a month. But then that's not enough for most people to cover their rent or to live a life that they want to live. So that they then do part-time work in an area they actually care about to make up the difference. So you're not just working to you're not just working your way. You're not just working to live, essentially. You have a little bit more freedom to do maybe things you enjoy, maybe do an internship, a vocation, maybe go and study. But Rogan is super anti-UBI, even though he knows how beneficial it was to have those money worries lifted off from his shoulder, so he could then be more free. Because maybe that's why he does comedy even so much now, even though he knows it's terrible, because it's not something that he relies on. He can fuck around and do comedy and not be funny, and it's not a problem because he makes so much money from podcasting and all the other things he's got going. So I wonder why someone like that, who knows the power and the benefit of being financially stable or whatever can have to your life and your mental, could be in a place where they don't think like regular people could benefit from like UBI and having an extra $1,000 being put into your account every month. Again, it's not gonna make you live like a millionaire, but that extra $1,000, who couldn't benefit from an extra $1,000 a month on top of what you're already making in your job? Who couldn't? But I think he sees it as like UBI means like everyone's just going to be laying on their asses, not working. There will be some people that will do that, but the majority of us still enjoy going to work. I know I do. I'm sure some of you guys in the stream chat still do. Even though you complain about it, you don't mind the commute. You don't mind your colleagues. You might even like the company you work for. You might like the mission. Like, what's the problem? It's so funny.
Surprise Toe didn't reassure us that this wasn't new woke Disney.
Yeah,
It's the good old song of the South. Walt Disney.
Yeah. When the D in Disney stood for Nazis. Yeah, pick up NJ Ranger. When Bugs Bunny was a white supremacist. Yeah, big up NJ Ranger.
Like I felt lighter. Like I felt lighter. And then I was like, oh, that's the key. Like, get the monkey off your back. Get the bill monkey off your back. And that's the real freedom. Get to a place where you're not worried about your bills. If that means like spend less money, if that means like live a more prudent lifestyle, whatever you have to do.
So that's how you get.
Oh, man. I hate some of you guys in the stream chat. I'm here on my knees, sucking Rogan off. 2 hands, doing the old twirly, doing the haktua, right? Slobbering, like literally dribbling, bubbles all over my mouth and stuff, closing my eyes, opening my eyes. And you guys in the stream chat are just, hating and making me have food for thought. Big up Rodolfo Duran. Rogan is like the hot girl that surrounds herself with the uggos. He does that with money. And his physique is like that warp strap thing. Why don't you guys want to suck up Rogan the way I want to suck up Rogan? Why aren't you guys convinced by his altruism and by his charity and by his philosophy and by his generosity? Why aren't you guys convinced that he's got the best intentions? Why don't you guys give him the benefit of the doubt? Why don't you guys think he's the podcast god? Ugh! You guys not agreeing with what I'm saying is pissing me off. It's making me go nuts. Super Jello, AZ needs to move to Austin. Yeah, if I move to Austin though, you'd know. I'll be like, oh my God, you know what? Brendan Schaub isn't actually that bad. If I move to Austin, that's the first thing you'd hear from me. You know what? Brendan's actually not that bad. He's a great guy. Beast of a guy. I'll be using those adjectives. Beast of a guy. Killer. Slayer. Wow. Amazing. Killer. That's how you know I moved to fucking Texas. Oh, Rogan is the top chick on Beverly Hills Wives. Oh, no. Tia. That's such a fucking accurate representation. Rogan is the top chick on Beverly Hills Wives. So basically you're trying to say like Rogan is like the main boss bitch on these like reality TV shows and shit. Damn you guys.
the fun coupons. Just get a Disney development deal in your 20s. But what do you do with all the coupons once you've got them?
When I first got my first development deal, you know, I've been poor my whole life, and
Mm-hmm.
then I got my first development deal. When
Yeah, great point, Jack Donaghy Jr. Jack Donaghy Jr. Rogan was pro UBI until he was faced with the prospect of having to pay 8% of his $300 million to the state of California. Yep, good point. UBI is all fun. UBI is all fun and good until you get 300 million and they tell you got to give, I don't know, about 30 of that. Maybe more. That's when it becomes, hey, what, huh? How much? You know, that's when suddenly it becomes a bit different, you know? Yeah, big up Achua.
Almost like 24 or something like that, 25, I guess.
Oh my God. Black American. Oh my God. Another astute observation. If everyone gets UBI, some people who are actually funny might get bigger than him and his harem. That's actually insane. I wonder if maybe Austin Casey was right. Maybe he did pay everybody around him not to insulate himself, but to protect himself. So that there's no funny comedians being because now we all think to be funny, you have to be on Rogan. If you're not Rogan's friend, you're not funny. So maybe it's a way to it's almost like you're building walls around stand-up. You kind of building a tower and all of you guys live there and there's no stairs up there. Wow. Maybe Rogan has fundamentally destroyed stand-up. Big up High Def.
You love Rogan more than Chob. Hashtag fanboy.
Rogan boys. Hashtag elk big boys. Elk boys. Even though there's no elk around here in London. Elk boys. Hashtag compound bow boys. On it, boys. On it. Brain fuel. Zin boys. Rogan bussy boys. Oh man. I'm here sucking up Rogan. I'm having a realization in real time. Maybe he actually destroyed comedy. Maybe there's people on the come up now who are amazing that we haven't heard of or that we disregard because we haven't been on Rogan. Rogan is, maybe it's like, you know when they say like in Star Trek, is it Star Trek? Yeah, Star Trek. There's got that rule in Star Trek that you're not allowed to interfere. So if you travel to another universe, you travel to another planet, you're not allowed to interfere because that could fuck up their future and shit with your, super advanced technology. So I wonder if Rogan has kind of fucked up comedy in that way. Because now we only see comedians as good or as successful if they've got a special on HBO, special on Netflix, right? If they get 1 million views on their special on YouTube, if they got a popping podcast. We judge stand-ups based on the views. We judge on the followers. We judge them based on their watches. If they're at the Comedy Store, if they're at the Mothership, when actually there's a bigger world of stand-up internationally too. That's one thing I always hate about Rogan. Actually, one thing I hate about him is how he thinks the 1,000 or 200 elite comedians are all English speaking and they're all American. He doesn't know anything about the European market when it comes to stand-up. Anything in the UK, zero. If you don't speak, if you're not in the US, you don't matter. Like, it's only one. It's like, it's a bit arrogant. You're not really, whatever. So I wonder, Rogan, has he actually fundamentally broken stand-up to the point of it being irreversible? Shit.
I guess I was 25, somewhere around then. Anyway, the point is, up until then, I'd always been poor. And then my manager contacts me like a couple months later. He said, "Do you have a gambling problem?" I go, "No, dude, I'm eating lunch."
Yeah, that's the one, Chris Mack. You can't interfere with society's development until they have reached warp technology on their own. Exactly. So maybe that's what he's done. Himself. On purpose.
Lobster every night. I had all this money. I was like, bro, I'm going to spend it. I didn't have any thought at all about saving it. I was like, what? Saving it.
That was me. I just bought
more.
a couch. I bought like a $9,000 couch for our new home, and I felt so much guilt.
Yeah, you feel guilt for
Yeah.
sure. But when you sit in that sucker, you're like, oh.
Oh, come on, Joe. Get your story straight, bro. Are we spending or are we saving?
Get to a place where you're not worried about your bills. If that means like spend less money, if that means like live a more prudent lifestyle, whatever you
Podcast cringers got the receipts. Podcast cringers like you guys in the chat. He hates Rogan with a capital H. I love it. Podcast cringers with the receipts. I love it.
To do.
What are we doing, hey B? Anyway, to make matters even more interesting.
Anyway, you get the point. I got that already. Cool. Let's move on. Big up Podcast Cringe. Check him out. He's fucking fantastic. You know where he's at. You know where he blood clot is at. All right? Cool. Blessed. Let's move on. Let's actually go back to the episode of T-Fat-K that we were doing, and then we can move on to other things, okay? Cool. Blessed. 1 second. If you're enjoying the show, you see what you like what you see, like the stream down below. Don't be tight. Don't be stingy. Just press the like button down below. That's all I ask from you. Press the like button. Give me a signal. Let me know you're enjoying the show. That will be greatly appreciated. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Okay? Merci beaucoup. Let's continue on. Another clip from The Fire and the Kid, episode number 1007. This particular clip features Sainaz asking Brendan indirectly about one of his favorite drugs. Can you guys guess what's one of Brendan's favorite drugs recently? Can you guess? I'm sure some of you can. Let's see if you can.
Good.
That's the game they're playing.
Yeah.
They're playing a different game than you are, pal.
You know what every pharmacy in Mexico sells now, and most of them are sold out, is Ozempic. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but there's a lot
will
of fake
rush it.
Ozempic, isn't there?
Well, that was my question.
I'm sure.
How much of this is real? But people were buying it like crazy.
I'm sure there's counterfeit just like anything because there's such a demand for it.
Some places had like a sign on
But
the door.
Mexico
"We're
don't
sold
fuck
out."
around. They carry everything.
Hey, look how he changed the subject. I've noticed whenever Ozempic comes up, Brenda does that thing that liars do. And I've done it in the past because we've all lied. We all know we've all lied. And sometimes when you're lying, to make up for your lie, you share way too much. You add too much detail. You just, you talk too much. And sometimes if you're lying, you change the subject very quickly. And in this instance, he changed the subject very quickly. He didn't want to talk about it too long. In another instance, you'll see him talk about Ozempic and mention all the stats and the facts and the findings and the articles, because clearly he's keep up to it because he takes it. But in this particular aspect, he didn't want to talk about it too much. I'm just curious to know why this man doesn't just admit he's on Ozempic, because he clearly is. We've seen Brendan struggle with his diet, struggle with his weight ever since he's become famous. Even in the UFC, he was never ripped or jacked really. Obviously he was in good shape, but he wasn't visibly ripped or anything. And even post UFC career, he struggled with it. There was only a really short, brief time where he got really fit, where he was on keto, where the keto diet was first coming into prominence and stuff amongst podcast community people. And he did it for the first time successfully, stuck to it, worked out a bunch, and he got in really good shape. But that didn't last long either. He then started getting into whiskey and donuts and stuff, and everything went kind of south from then on. Happens to the best of us, no judging. But he always lies about his diet, says he's on a strict diet, he's not done this is my cheat day, all these sort of things, and then he'll say he's not on a cheat day or that he's being strict, and then the next minute he's eating a muffin or he's eating some fries covered in liquid cheese, right? Crazy. So then suddenly, by coincidence, this magical drug appears on the market called Ozempic, and everyone's taking it in Hollywood and losing a bunch of weight. All the people that we've known to struggle with their weight over the years have been taking Ozempic, and they look, quote unquote, better. Suddenly, Brendan is looking a lot skinnier, a lot slimmer than he has ever done, and he wants us to believe it's because of stress. He wants us to believe it's because he runs 3 miles a day, every day at 6 in the morning before he takes his kids to school and doesn't post about it on social media. That's what he wants you to believe. He wants you to believe that he runs outside in the heat, topless, in the hills of LA, along Runyon Canyon, those picturesque scenic views, without taking a single picture. This guy that's obsessed with social media, he wants you to believe he hasn't taken a single picture of himself running down the street, his feet, anything. I don't believe it because it doesn't happen. So I want to know, why doesn't this guy just admit he does Ozempic? It's not that deep. Everyone in Hollywood does it. What's the problem? Just say you do it. But when you're a pathological liar, you lie about everything. Everything imaginable, which is really sad because, again, we know you're on it. It's obvious. You don't have to share it with us. It's your medical thing. We get it. But let's not lie and say you're only skinny because of stress. It reminds you of that lie he said about his beard when Eric Griffin asked him, like, do you dye your beard? Nah, it just grows in black. It's like, what? So it grows in darker, then it gets grayer. All right, cool. Whatever you say, brother. Whatever you say. Next clip here. Next clip. We have a clip where Brendan complains that he hates Lee Shaw. He hates leisure hour on the plane. Not leisure, Lee Shaw. Okay? Cool. And if you're wondering, what the fuck is Lee Shaw, Agostino? You're going to find out what Lee Shaw is in this particular clip right now.
You know.
Yeah, the plane etiquette, the people getting up, I'll be like, come on, man. But who knows what they're dealing with.
Yeah.
And then, throw it here, Marcus.
Mark got him some Pepto-Bismol.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, I'm about to die. And then the other.
Let's Google that. Why do people drink Pepto-Bismol? Oh, look at that. You can take it for occasional heartburn, indigestion, diarrhea, or feeling sick, nausea. I wonder what one of the side effects, one of the common side effects of Ozempic is. I wonder what one of the common side effects of Ozempic is. Just thinking aloud here. Just thinking aloud.
Other thing is, I don't like when people dress like it's leisure hour.
Yeah. No.
Oh, pajamas.
When did
No,
flying
pajamas.
become? I'm sorry, at your house?
Yeah.
So listen to these guys. Brendan hates leisure hour, not leisure. Leisure, right? Interesting. Don't know why it's got like a weird French pronunciation. I don't know why he's calling it leisure instead of leisure. But hey, whatever. Don't you find it funny? One guy who turns up to a podcast wearing flip-flops and skinny jeans. Another guy who wears rompers, short shorts, denim jeans with massive holes in the knees and whatever else he wears, complaining that people wear sweatsuits and comfortable clothes on the plane. What are you talking about? What do you wear? A three-piece suit? Runway pieces? You wear exactly the same thing you wear every day on the plane. What's the problem? What's the issue with people wearing comfortable clothing on a plane? Why would that be an issue? Why would that be a problem to people? Interesting take.
Did we just give up as a society? We just gave up when I don't need you dressed in a suit and slacks, but do you have to wear sandals
pajamas.
and fucking pajamas?
By the way, sandals. And look at this guy here with a straight face sitting there. You're in a podcast, right? Where you have to get dressed to go. You put on a t-shirt, you put on some underwear, you maybe shower before it if you're normal, but if you're these guys, you probably don't. You put on some skinny jeans, and you do all of that to get your car keys and then put on flip-flops. Why don't you just wear some shoes? You're in a podcast. We can see your feet. Cover your fucking feet, motherfucker. You're not at home in your pajamas. So if you're allowed to wear this on a podcast, I'm allowed to turn up to an airport in my Uggs, in my Crocs, with my denim tiered sweatsuit on and my do-rag. I'm allowed to do that.
I mean,
No, but these are
Also,
these are
you're
$500 total.
it doesn't matter.
Callan excusing wearing sandals on the podcast because they're $500. Bro, they're not $500 because they're good. They're $500 because they're just $500 and they're exorbitantly overpriced. The price of those sandals is in no way a correlation of the quality of them. I don't care what anyone says. Toho's are garbage shit looking. They actually look uncomfortable to wear as well. They're not $500 because they're superior quality. They're $500 because they're just $500 because someone wants to create a premium brand. That's what you do when you create a brand. If you want a brand and you want to position it as a premium brand, guess what you do? You just hike up the price. It doesn't have any correlation on the quality whatsoever.
If your feet out on the plane, you're disgusting.
I never wear these on a plane.
On the
No,
plane?
yeah, who would do that? I'm a woman. I don't even do that.
I'm a woman. I don't even do that. Why would a woman have their feet out more than anybody else? What?
Now on the plane?
No, gross.
I'm well
Because tell you right now, I'm pissing all over that airplane.
Yep.
What are your thoughts when people take their shoes off and they walk in the socks?
Depends. If the
Okay.
So you're okay with people walking in their socks on the plane, but if they arrive in sweatsuits, you want to leisure their brain. Okay.
very long flight, I get it. I've had to do that a couple times myself.
Well, your feet swell.
You swell. You don't get those blood clots. It depends on the flight.
Gotta move around.
Yeah.
Blood clots.
Yeah, but Brian wants all fat people to die. I just want that written down.
Come on.
Anyway, you got the gist.
Yeah, you're back.
I do judge.
You guys
it's the math.
You got it. You get the judge. You get the judge. You get the judge. You get the judge. Anyway, moving on. Let's skip ahead to this clip. This is one of the best clips on this episode. It's very boring, this episode. They confessed it later on. But this clip is funny because it features Chin talking about wanting a kid. Chin's feeling broody. Chin's feeling lonely. Chin wants some company. So Chin mentions his desire to have a little baby girl. He had made no mention of finding a mate, finding a wife, finding a girlfriend, fiance, a boyfriend. No mention of that. He just wants a baby. So don't be surprised if he just appears with one, like Naomi Campbell. Just appears with a baby. Like, don't be surprised. Don't be surprised.
No, I'm saying I just
right.
My energy was low.
But real quick on that topic, you said most guys want to have sons, but if I had a kid, I would want a girl. I've always wanted to have a little baby girl.
Yeah, you want a girl, but the problem is girls.
I know
tend
it's
to be
trouble.
Way more
I know.
complicated.
I get it.
Like girls will, as a guy, girls will do things that you're not going to understand. It's a really interesting thing.
I know.
So anybody who says that men and women are different are so ridiculous. They're so not in touch with reality. My baby. So I have a baby that's 3 months now. Every little girl from the age of 4 on sees that little baby and is glued to that baby. Literally glued, just like petting it, touching it, just obsessed with that baby. Little boys could give a fuck. In fact, little boys will do shit like pinch the baby, grab it, pull its toe.
What?
Yes, including his own brother.
By the way, I wonder, did you guys feel a little bit icky when Chin said he wanted a daughter really badly? Or is it just me? Is my brain being corrupted by the internet? Or did it kind of sound like something somebody that's into like pickup artist shit would say? Like as a way to kind of like, make girls feel like they, like, did it sound a little bit, or am I bugging? I don't know.
Be like, I'm going to grab that baby and try to fucking.
Whoa.
That's how boys are. It's not a baby to them. It's like a little thing to play with, Like my son, the baby was there, and my 2.5-year-old was taking his foot and just kind of just
put her face,
just putting it right on his face, just hitting him in the face with his foot, just bang, bang to see how it felt. Yeah. It's like, hey, like a little girl would never do that. Never do that.
I love how they don't talk with any form of like love and affection for their kids. They're looking at their kids as like I don't know. It's a very detached way of talking about your children or about children in general,
Never. He could give a shit.
But you want a girl, Chin. Hey, Chin, it's time to get going though, bud.
I have to.
You're fucking damn near 50.
Not saying if I was to have a kid, I've always, when I was even younger, I was like, having a baby girl would be cool.
Do you have a girl?
Like baby dad, not baby dad. Yeah. What do you call it? It's called something else though.
Having a little girl is amazing. I've had a little girl.
So Chin wants to be a baby daddy more than he wants to have a girlfriend, a wife, or a partner. Interesting. I wonder if there's a lot of men like that out there now. I wonder if because everybody online has been taught to like hate women, right? Because of various kind of content creators that exist out there. I wonder if there's a community of guys out there now who actually want a kid more than they want a partner, more than they want a wife, more than they want a girlfriend, more than they want, you know, company. They'd much rather just have the kid. I wonder if that's the thing. Or is Chin just a weirdo?
Oh, it's amazing. It's
Daddy's
great.
Girl.
Daddy's Girl. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Like Daddy's Girl.
Do you have?
I can't wait.
Do you have? Do you have a girl right now?
No.
Why did Callan ask him that question like he wasn't sure about his sexuality? That's like when your parents are asking you about your girlfriend or your boyfriend that you haven't told them about. Or if they're not sure what way you swing because they saw you wearing nail polish or they heard you listening to some emo music. They're concerned. They're like, are you reading the Bible at the moment? Are you going to church? Do you have God in your life? When you see Megan Thee Stallion, what's the first initial reaction? When you see Ice Spice twerking, what's your immediate feeling?
Amazing. I've had a little girl. It's amazing. It's great.
Girl.
Daddy's Girl. That's what I'm thinking. Like Daddy's Girl.
Do you have?
I can't wait.
Do you have? Do you have a girl right now?
No.
No. I've also got the feeling, not to be mean to Chin. I don't know nothing about him. All I know about him is the videos that we watch and the vlogs. Chin doesn't strike me as somebody that, you know, is tearing it down in the streets. I don't think so. You know? I don't think he's tearing it down in the streets. So when he says he doesn't have a girl, it also means I don't think he's clapping cheeks. So it's been a while, you know? The way he said it, no. Obviously not. I have priorities. I care about this work. I'm T-Fat-K Army, remember? Chin definitely has that. You know those machines? You see those machines on YouTube? What they called? What they call them? What they call them, man? Oh, it's like the Gluck 7000 something, isn't it? What's it called? I shouldn't really Google this, man. But anyway, it's like that machine that people was sharing. Let's see if I can find it. Gluck 7000. Let's see. I bet Chin has one of these though. He definitely has one of these, and I think they sell them as like vegetable cleaners or something. Is that what they're called? Like, oh, we don't have it on the images, but they sell them as like. Let me see if it comes up. Vegetable cleaner or something cleaning, cleaner machine. Yeah, Chin definitely has one of these. They're meant to be for vegetables, but you stick your piece in them. They're meant to clean zucchinis, right? They're meant to clean zucchinis, but any non-cylindrical item will do. He definitely has one of those ones. I could definitely see that being a thing. Oh, I love Chin so fucking much. Big up Brian Callen. Honestly, I need that question one more time. The way he asked that question was like the concerned dad wondering if his son is like an incel. Is he homosexual? Not sure. That question was brilliant.
Amazing. I've had a little girl. It's amazing. It's great.
Girl.
Daddy's Girl. That's what I'm thinking. Like Daddy's Girl.
Do you have?
I can't wait.
Do you have? Do you have a girl right now?
No.
Okay, let's start there.
Start there.
That's the thing. So
I've known you a long time now. You haven't had
Hey man,
I've known you a long time now. I've not seen a single girl. I've not heard you mention you have to leave to meet somebody. You've never been late, like you slept over somebody's house. You never had the same clothes on that you had on yesterday. You've never once, like, I've never seen a picture. I've not ever heard you on the phone to somebody. I've not seen you hold your phone and giggle and smile the way that you would smile when you're talking to your significant other. I've seen zero. I've seen zero evidence. Zero evidence that you felt the warm, soft touch of a woman's skin anywhere on your body in the last 6 years.
Yeah.
He had a girlfriend for a long time.
I had
Yeah,
a
but-
breakup,
round of
man.
dating.
Yeah. Another round of dating would be good.
No. I'm done with that.
Let's sign you
Screw
up
that.
for Ryan.
I'm done with dating. I'm done. I'm just abducting them and taking them camping by force, whether they're conscious or not. I'm done. I'm done with consensual dating. That's like a 2003 thing. I'm abducting women. I'm you know what I mean? I'm binding them. They like to be gagged. Well, I'm actually gagging them. They talk about wanting alphas. Well, I'm an alpha. You're asleep now. You know?
Not gonna date? What are you gonna do?
I'll do it on my own. I'm not gonna do the show stuff. I'm not.
I'm doing it on my own. Huh? You're having a baby on your own. Is this guy? I think Chin has been watching. What's that sci-fi show? Raised by Wolves. That was cancelled. You remember Raised by Wolves? I think Chin thinks he's been watching too much Raised by Wolves. If you watch that, you know what? He's been watching way too much of that show. What the fuck?
So you're not gonna do? No. I'm saying, would you do a dating app?
No, I don't even like that. I like to go in person. I'm pretty sure I told you guys.
Exactly. I like to go in person. I like to wait until they're back from work after I've been canvassing and focusing and looking at them through their bedroom window. I like to creep up against the side of the wall. I like to hold on to the drainage pipes, especially the ones on their house because they're made out of metal and they're actually bolted onto the walls and they're not actually stuck on with zip ties, so they're easy to hang on from. I want to hang on from the ledge, wait until she gets into her bathroom for a 8 p.m. bath, creep into the room, lie underneath the bed. When they sleep at 2 a.m., creep out, cover their mouths with a cloth that's covered in some sort of substance to send us to sleep, and then put them in the back of my Prius. That's what I want to do. That's what Jin is basically talking about.
He wants to meet him at Whole Foods or whatever.
I'll literally walk up in person and just say something. If I think there's
Jesus Christ, women in a group, women in a stream chat, women watching after the fact. Could you imagine Chin Su Yi strolling up to you at Trader Joe, strolling up to you at Erewhon, strolling up to you at Target, strolling up to you at fucking, I don't know, Dollar Tree. Hey, excuse me. You dropped something. My number. Could you imagine? Hey, would you like to take a short trip in my Prius? There's this great burial site, camping site, that I'd love to take you to. It's beautiful in the night when no one's around. Hey, I'd like to buy you an egg at the 7-Eleven. I know you're there oogling the wrinkled, dried up sausages in the oven, but could I treat you to a boiled egg and a couple sausages? It's on me. I've got 3 balconies.
something there. She's cute.
Card tricks.
Chin does card tricks for chicks.
That's a long time ago, Brent. I read the.
Jesus Christ. Of course, Chin does card tricks. Of course, Chin is a disciple of Mystery and Neil Strauss and Dominic, what's his name? The other PUA guy? Dominic D'Angelo or something like that. One of those OGPO guys. Of course. Chin probably was on Real Social Dynamics forums. If you know Wagwan, you know. Chin was probably on Real Social Dynamics doing field reports. Lay reports. Chin. Loser.
The book, the game. That's why.
I know. Let's bring it back.
Oh God.
No, it worked.
So
It does
dumb.
work, though. It does
doesn't.
work.
I read it. It's
No.
actually
It does. When Chin defending the game in 2024 was not on my fucking bingo card. He's defending it. Do you remember when he was getting really defensive about Kratom? When Brian was saying, it's probably not that great, you know? And if you're dependent on it and you have to take it every day, it's probably not the best. And he was really going aggressive defending Kratom. Chin's defending the game the same way. He reads that shit. That's his Bible. That's his Bible, man. Oh, I realize. I wonder if Chin has all those leg tattoos because of the game? Is that his peacocking? Is that why he wears like short shorts and has his legs covered in tattoos? Oh, Chin is peacocking with the legs tattoos. Cringe. Trying to appear like he's edgy. But he's the most normie guy, not to be offensive, because tattoos don't mean you are a bandit or an outlaw. But isn't Chin the most normie, milquetoast, you know, vanilla ice cream, basic bitch guy you ever seen with leg tattoos? Covered as well. He's not really into any like interesting music. He's not really into any interesting art. He doesn't really, you know what I mean? He's just a basic dude, but he's covered and looks kind of edgy. It's like, but you talk to him, it's like, you know, it's some guy that has the personality of a doorknob and who may or may not rape and bind people in the, you know, in the lagoons of California. It's interesting that, isn't it?
Interesting. It does work. No.
She says no.
No. I read it. It works.
It works for some guys.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay, fair enough, Jack Donny Jr. He says, no, actually, tattoos are nearly ubiquitous in California. Cool. So they just get them for getting them sake. And probably, to be fair to him, the best place to have your full legs tattooed, or tattooed, not tattooed, is LA. Because the weather's lovely. So you get a chance to show off your tattoos. They get a chance to heal great. They get a chance to be shown off because it's so warm. You can have your arms and your legs out, or your bum out, or your cock out all the time, and people can see what I want.
They studied the psychology, and it's true.
It's literally just you making a move, and it's impressive because, honestly,
look at Chin with the entitlement. Chin expects to get something because he made a move. No, but I deserve something. Like, I came up and spoke to you. This is the first approach. I'm day approaching right now, but I'm day approaching. You can't turn me down. This is a day approach. This is way harder than a night approach because everybody's sober, and this is a day. You have to give me something. Bang! Hits me on the head.
See, guys don't do that often. You know, like actually walking up to someone and directly saying, "Hey, I think you're cute."
I also think if you need that book, like whether you like the way he does it or not, like if you read that book, maybe it gives you an idea or confidence to do it. So I don't know if doing magic is the fucking move.
That's the whole
but
point.
At least gives you
icebreaker.
It gives you something of a reason to fucking head towards.
By the way, the dorks that were doing that was so funny that era, man. Guys were having like fake earrings, putting on eyeliner, painting their nails, wearing like fuzzy hats, growing crazy beards, wearing pajamas to the club. Now, people are doing that nowadays anyway, kind of, innit? Because a lot of guys who paint their nails couldn't recite to you a single Slayer song, don't know the lyrics to a single Slipknot song, have never been to a hardcore show. You know, they just have painted nails to look edgy, but that's about it. And obviously to peacock and to kind of impress girls. Oh my God, you're in touch with your femininity, you're a metrosexual, kind of, but they don't really live that life. But back in the day it was even worse. People legitimately were walking into clubs like looking like they just, you know, went and ransacked a fucking charity store like they're the Tasmanian devil. But it did work. Unfortunately, it did fucking work because so many guys out there are so basic in their approach. If you do actually try and have a bit of confidence, it can actually work. That's the really scary thing about it. Like actually going out with a bit of confidence and wearing something a little bit, you know, out of the norm can actually increase your chances. You obviously become a target. You obviously stand out. If you don't like standing out, you don't like attention, it's not going to be good for your, you know, mental. But if you want to increase your chances of getting your dick wet, maybe putting on a furry hat, painting one side of your face blue might actually help.
Hot girl's direction.
You can do that. You can release doves.
No, here's the reality of the book.
You can fake a hostage situation.
Yep.
It's
you
like
can
a
fall down and fake an injury and be like, help,
That's a
please.
good one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe she's a nurturing woman.
Get a puppy.
Yep. Make a vulnerable sound like,
Hopefully she takes the puppy. If not, you're stuck with
That vulnerable sound like something that he did with Steven Crowder, isn't it?
ooh, Release, just hold a puppy and just rent a puppy and just be petting it.
Release a cobra in the bar.
Puppies do work.
Everybody get down.
There's a cobra. I'll take care of it.
Puppies would work with her. I can almost
100%.
guarantee it. Yeah,
Every
see?
girl.
It's little things like that.
You just hold a puppy like outside Whole Foods. What, this little old thing?
Yeah, but I think for guys that like if you buy that book, you already probably struggle with approaching women, so it gives you some.
Brendan judging him immediately is horrible, man. That's so mean. You already struggled with women. You're already a loser. Big up Brendan.
Oh, so Bren, that's the misconception. If you read the book, it's about sociology, right? Brian,
Yes, they talk about Neil Strauss. It's really good. It talks about like women are interested in psychology, right?
Yeah.
So if you start talking about psychological things, if you bring up ideas like, how do you feel about that? What was your thinking on that? Do you think that people?
How much? Why does Brian read all of these sociology books? Why is he so interested in the difference between men and women? Why is he always pontificating and bloviating about these topics? Interesting, isn't it? He loves this sort of shit. Women have a biological urge to be dominated. Like, he loves all this sort of stuff, isn't it? Spooky.
That'll engage women because women love talking about the inner machinations of someone's brain. They just do. They're really into why someone would behave a certain way in a relationship and stuff. Dudes, not so much. We just don't care that much. Like, I'm never.
Oh, here we go. Dude, here we go. Manly man Callan telling us guys how manly alpha dudes are meant to think. When he's sitting, tiny old man sitting in a big red chair wearing a t-shirt he got in a 5-pack. Fuck off.
Never gonna ask him. Like, I'll be like, how you doing? And he'll be like, I don't know, you know. And then we go right into how to fix that problem. And by the way, if you don't have a fix, we really don't want to hear it.
Yeah, I don't need a book to tell me that, but I think it gives you some armor to go into the situation. Because if you're buying that book, you probably struggle with approaching women and you want to get the ideas.
So here's where you have a point there. So I forgot what they call them, not alphas or something, but there's like people that are, dude, you're born good looking, tall, this and that. So you guys don't have to like struggle as much. I was born, I didn't get tall till later and I was fat most of my life.
And you're Asian. Say it. You're Asian. Say it.
So that's why, after a while, then later on when I became more taller and lost weight, it was different. But I just being that fat kid.
Of course.
Being fat.
So you guys have the advantage because you guys are also on your game, naturally charming and all that stuff.
Outgoing, yeah. Big
Okay.
dicks. You know what I'm saying though? I'm being serious.
Rich.
You guys are both good looking dudes.
Outgoing, big dicks.
Big dicks. Steal
Don't take no
but
for
you
an
guys,
answer.
they call them naturals. That's what they call it in the book.
Like,
Naturals. You guys are naturals. You don't have to necessarily work for it.
It's true. I think you're right.
Yeah.
As a young man, I had, it wasn't hard for me to.
Exactly.
Yeah,
but there's
you
people
weren't
that are
going to
not
Barnes Noble
naturals.
looking for.
I love how much these guys talk about stuff like this, man. Honestly, I love it. I wish I had the ability to do that, Fucking hell, it's so good.
For a book, how to pick up women. Yeah. If anything, we're looking for books for how to turn down women.
Yeah, that's fair.
How not to
That
be a
is fair.
fucking scumbag for dummies.
That's interesting, isn't it? Brendan highlighting the fact that I don't need a book to tell me how to get women. I need a book to tell me how to turn down addies and baddies. I need a book to tell me how to ignore DMs from baddies. How to stop giving 18-year-olds my number on live stream. That's what I need. I need to stop. I need a book to help me stop trying to fuck my friends' wives. That's what I need. Bring up Brendan Shaw's wife. She's ride or die.
That's what the book we're looking for.
Two really different aspects here. Yeah. So you guys are considered
On top of the
naturals.
fact that if you're a performer, athlete, all that stuff.
Yeah, and plus you guys are like famous,
and performer,
big dicks. The problem is
not the big dicks. No,
but that's my point, Chin. Like, I think that book's good because it gives you, the tools or the confidence once you finish that book to approach women.
Yeah, I read it with a skeptic's eye. I want to see what the fuck the deal was. I was very impressed with the kind of research that went into.
So you're dunking on Chin the whole time when you read it as well? Get fucked. Get fucked. Get fucked. Cool. All right, moving on. Let's continue on with this because we've got a bit more things to kind of run through. If you're enjoying the show, you see what you like what you see, please like the stream. Don't be stingy. Like the stream down below. Press like down below. Press like down below if you're enjoying the stream. Big up High Def. Appreciate you.
Sewer chat wouldn't allow me to say what I wanted to do to Callan with those toe holds.
Yeah. Don't worry, I'm the same, mate. I've gone on many rage-induced, rage-fueled rants about those sandals. I hate them with all of my heart. I hate them. You know, like the scene in The Boys where the person's on top of someone and they're punching them. If I could get one of those sandals to just be like, you know, clubbing man on the head in full mount, would love it. Would love to do that, basically. But, you know, maybe something a little bit more lethal than that, you know? Maybe. But I'm not going to go there because, as you said, we can't say that. Anyway, a little bit of a respite. Let's quickly change tack and talk about Wings of Redemption. This is one of my favorite recent clips of Wings of Redemption. It's a recent stream, but it's got lost in the, you know, in the hype or in the revelation that Boogie might have faked his cancer. This happened a day before it happened, right? Wings is on stream and he gets into an argument with one of his guys that he streams with. So Wings plays Rainbow Six, he plays Call of Duty, and he has guys that he streams with that are on his team, one of his friends. So he gets into the argument with his friend because Wings says something outrageous. The friend calls him out on it, but Wings is incapable of accepting when people talk back or disagree or push back or question him or any way, shape or form. So he has a real hissy fit. I think it's fantastic to hear this guy squeal and cry about things that don't really matter. But I love the guy for pressing Wings' buttons. So let's watch this clip. Courtesy of Lummox. It's fucking hilarious. Big up Lummox. The title of the video is Wings of Redemption lost another friend today. Big fight. Oreo. 7 lost games in a row. Let's go. Big up Lummox. Welcome to Lummox. We love Lummox around here. Let's talk about Wings of Redemption. Boom. There we go. There's that unit. I love. There's an absolute unit. All the dead air. I love the dead air on the streams. I love the dead air. Just staring at the chat, waiting for money to come in. Just dead air. Just nothing. No noise. No entertainment.
There's a well, it's not 5 seconds, but there's a delay on the stream now, so like I can't react to you guys instantly anymore. Here we go with the wicked. I gotta see if we can get a team together now.
Look at the dead air. Honestly, man. I wish I could. I'm so conscious about dead air and stuff like this. But there are some people that stream online and just sit there and just look at the chat, waiting for the chat to entertain them. Like, you know, I'm not the one providing you with content or entertainment. You entertain me, motherfucker. You dance. Dance, bitch, dance. Just sit there. Yeah, it is 24p, brother. This is taken from his camera on his live stream. That's zoomed in, basically. And his camera isn't that great, personally. But, you know, it is that makes the fun. That's what adds to the the allure of Wings of Streams, to be fair. Hey, yo, big up Robert Holden. Big up Robert Holden in the stream chat. Wagwan, thank you for joining, my friend. Make sure you like the stream if you enjoy it as well. Big up. Look at him just standing. Look at it, the dead air. Nothing
we
is
getting
said.
diamond today? I don't know.
Fucking hell.
I play to play. Whatever rank I get is what rank I get. I guess that's where I deserve to be. Like, are you like surprised because you watch like the trolls cut out all the good clips and only show you the bad stuff?
I love how he makes no effort to be entertaining, but then he also complains he doesn't make a lot of money or more money. It's like, bro, don't you want to maybe increase your entertainment? Maybe make the show fun? Try that maybe? Nah. I'm just going to sit here and moan.
I'm about a 1 KD support player.
Okay. Good to know.
So what means I sit there and yelling into the mic all day? I'm a 0.4 KD liability. I'm a 0.9 KD. JJ, I'm better at you in this game, bud. Let's be real. Let's keep it 100. Because the game isn't based on your wins and losses. It's based on where the game wants you to be at. The game wants me to be Diamond 3. That's what the game thinks that my skill level is. I easily have more game knowledge than Jinxie. I say it so confidently because I've got more hours in the game than Jinxie does. Because, like, I honestly believe I'm one of the best game knowledge people on the game.
So he says these crazy, preposterous things that are demonstrably not true. He gets called out on it because I think this Jinxie guy is a very popular live streamer, right? And he's basically saying that I could have been Jinxie. I should be as big as Jinxie. Jinxie's only there because I'm not as big as he is, right? And I think this Jinxie guy like has millions of subs on fucking Twitter and on Twitch and shit, but he thinks he could be as big or popular as him. And here his friend on live stream basically call him out on his shit. It's epic. I love this clip so much. But it got lost in the buzz of Boogie lying about his cancer. So people kind of forgot about it.
Yeah, but Jinxie's not a pro player. He's like he's basically me with a bunch of really good players around him. Let's see. Let me go look Jinxie stacks up. What's Jinxie's gamer tag?
You say it better than me, you don't know who his gamer tag is.
It's hard to find his gamer tag.
So how do you say you know who you're better than him, you don't know his gamer tag? Brilliant.
Because his stats determine how well he's doing. Because we both play in the same realm. We both play in Diamond Console. Diamond Champion Console.
Okay.
I'm seeing what his KD is. Is he like a 1.5 KD player or is he a 1 KD player? Okay, but what is a KD? No, he doesn't. I play that. Oh my lord. Dude, we play nothing but champs. That is true. Every time you see us play. Oh my lord. I struggle to get a 5-stack. I have like a 250 view stream channel. Jinxie gets like 20,000 people.
No, again, he's getting like 100,000.
100,000 people, whatever it might be. Yeah, he's going to have a very easy time
finding. Like, you gotta be a little jealous.
Exactly.
I'm not jealous. I don't give a shit about other people's success. That making somebody else shine less bright doesn't make me shine any brighter. Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, right, man? I was going to be Jinxie for a long time until trolls got me dethroned on Twitch.
Imagine that. Imagine Wings of Redemption thinking he could be one of the most popular streamers in the world if it wasn't for the trolls. Don't get me wrong. He does have some vicious trolls. But the reason why Wings is where he's at is because of Wings. But in true lolcow fashion, he can't recognize that he's his own worst enemy. His attitude, his behavior, the things he said over the years is why he's at where he's at. In a large part, the things that he said over the years and the way that he's kind of quote unquote got away with it is why he has such vicious trolls now. They're almost forcefully trying to rewrite the balance. They're trying to restore order to the world by having somebody that they think of as being deplorable be taken off of their throne or be reduced to having to get a normal job. That's basically their number one intention, right? These trolls who kind of harass him all the time and stuff. It's a little bit mean, it's a little bit out of order, maybe a bit excessive. But the reason why they're so vicious and so determined is because he's such a piece of shit. But he thinks he's only not as successful as Jinxie because of the trolls, man. The trolls. Okay, whatever you say, brother.
If Jinxie had my trolls, he would never had success either.
Oh, you did not just say that.
Dude, I had 1,200 people a stream on average when Rainbow was dead.
Harry, you were next in line for the throne and got fucking
No, Winks has an argument. He has an argument.
At the moment, Jinxie, if I check in my Google my phone, this person Jinxie is the number 2 most subscribed person on Twitch. He has 103,000 active subscribers on his Twitch. His all-time high was 179. Oh my God. That is insane. Let's imagine. What's that? 103,000. Let's imagine it's like what? 4.99 per sub. Yeah? For 103,000. That's nearly 500,000 a month on subs alone. That he makes would be one of the most popular streamers on that platform. Probably is in a team. Probably gets flown around the world. All that good stuff. Why does Wings think he could be that person? He doesn't even leave his house. How's that possible? How can you be a Jinxie when you don't leave your house, you don't collaborate, you're not a people person, you've got a stinky attitude? Doesn't make any sense.
Jinxie just makes way better content than you.
Dude, I would.
But 1,200's a lot, though.
I can't put fucking effort into the content, man. I can't do it. If I want to be who I want to be, I get my channel deleted because of assholes.
You hear what he said there? He thinks he can't be successful because of the trolls. If he puts effort in, he thinks... That's the thing which Wings is amazing when he talks. He's incapable of censoring himself. He could only be his true self, which is a cunt, which is maybe PDF tendencies, right? He can't stop himself from saying things that will get him cancelled, essentially. So the only way to stop himself from saying that is to be muted and be solemn and be dour and be negative and be quiet and be boring. Like, he actively tries to be boring to make trolls leave him alone. But then his content suffers. And his fans and viewers who actually like him, they suffer because the content isn't as good. So he actually, in a weird way, cares way more about what the trolls think than his own fans. He cares way more about the trolls than the success of his career. Brilliant guy.
Jinxie doesn't have the constraints I have. Stop pretending like he does.
Well, he didn't do things in his career that gave him those constraints.
Exactly.
No, there's nothing I've done in my career. No. The punishment no longer fits the crime. The punishment no longer fits the crime.
You don't decide that though, do you? It's nice to say. It's a nice anecdote. It's a nice saying. But you don't get to decide when the punishment ends, unfortunately, on social media. Once you enter into the internet space, you don't get to decide what people get offended by, what they don't get offended by, how long the punishment lasts, how long it doesn't last. You don't get to decide that, unfortunately. That's the unfair nature of the game. It's great because you get a chance to make money playing video games, sitting on your fat ass on a chair that's barely surviving. But the negatives is that you also get people basically, over-analyzing the tiny things that you do and maybe blowing it out of proportion. It is unfair. I don't doubt it's unfair. But the way he's talking about it is insane.
At this point, it's just people being illegal.
On a pretty famous podcast, not famous, but somewhat popular podcast. You're getting invited for boxing events. You're like, I mean, are you really that canceled, or is you just putting no content out that is actual quality?
Oh! He's finally getting some truth bombs. Are you actually cancelled, or are you just not good enough? Or are you just not entertaining? Or do people just not care about you? Are the forces of streaming evil working against you, or are you just not putting any effort in and people aren't bothered? Is it everybody else's fault or is it your fault?
Just not putting a lot of quality content out.
Or are you trying to get a reaction out of him?
I'm not.
I'm gonna stop playing with him at this point.
A little bit, maybe some more, maybe YouTube videos every once in a while.
I don't make them good. Like, you know what's gonna happen? I make it
6 months, doesn't get fucking 25,000 views. You get pissed.
Whoa! This happens all the time. Whenever Wings get a little bit of pushback, he has nothing to say. He's always flummoxed. He's always lummoxed. He's always gagged. He has nothing to say. He was just like, so bro, it's obviously you. If you change your attitude to trolling, if you change your attitude to content, if you be less whiny, if you're less negative, if you, whatever, all those things, if you're entertaining, it might help you. It might not, but it might help. But again, Wings is one of the type of people where unless there's a direct proof that what he does is going to improve his ability to make money streaming, he's not going to do it. He has to have evidence, stacks of it, and it has to be guaranteed. He's not going to take he won't just do it for the fun of it. Only plays games because it makes money. Only streams when it makes, like, it's just, come on, bro. What do you expect? What do you expect, bro?
A little bit.
Again.
Gotta build it up again.
Ban Newton, please.
ban.
You have a good start. Even if you're getting 1,000 views on a YouTube video, that's a lot more than what someone starting zero.
Exactly. Look, he's quiet. He's gone quiet.
Video games as a job, I think he's pretty successful.
And the people that are worse than Wings are the White Knights. Wings White Knights are the worst. They're so annoying. The ones that come in and like, why are you like, shut the fuck up. Let him defend himself. He's a grown-ass man. Let him defend himself. You don't have to come and run defense for Wings. He can defend himself, but he doesn't. He just sits there in silence. Angry. Thinking of how to, like, you know, take out the person talking.
He himself has said that he doesn't like to make it feel like a job.
Oreo, stop.
It's a job.
Big up Oreo.
It is a job, but he doesn't want to treat it like one.
Exactly.
It's okay, but just accept that.
Exactly, Oreo. If you don't like to treat Wings, because Wings doesn't like to see streaming as a job because he's allergic to putting in effort. He's allergic to having deadlines. He's allergic to having a schedule. He doesn't like any of that stuff. He wants to do it when he wants to do it. So whenever he streams is when he streams. When he makes money, he leaves, and that's it. Doesn't want any pressure. Doesn't want put any effort into it. That's fine. But then you have to accept if you have that attitude towards your streaming, it might, you know, correlate in maybe the money, the attention, the notoriety, the whatever. All that stuff might negatively be affected because you don't approach it in a professional manner. But Wings doesn't want that. Wings is a classic low-car in that case. He wants everything, but he doesn't want to put no work in. I fucking love this.
Okay, one connector.
Fucking A. Hey, Knock, thank you for the $10. Yeah, I understand what he does. I've concluded I'm just going to stop playing with him.
Jesus Christ.
Or is just very blunt.
Anyone that ever says,
dude, look, man.
Anything that doesn't represent
what you don't understand
exactly,
is like
exactly.
Streaming is very fucking stressful for me to begin with, and I already feel like I'm a fucking failure at it. And then you come in here and want to fuck with me about it, and that's just part of my life I don't want to deal with, man. I just don't want to deal with misery anymore. You brought it up, motherfucker.
I don't want to deal with misery anymore. You are the most miserable person in the world.
I didn't bring it up.
You brought it up.
No.
It started with you talking about how you have work.
Exactly.
No, somebody asked a fucking question, and I still believe it.
And you read it.
I still believe it.
It's just a difference of opinion.
I've never been disrespectful.
A bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
I don't have any drones on the hallway.
Oh, he shot me in the back before he even called him out. He's in lounge.
Oh, he's about to get banned. Oreo's about to get banned. Oreo's about to get banned.
Actually, I got a drone too.
Teammate down inside of the lead.
Yeah, yeah. On the hatch, dude. If you're just looking down the fucking hatch, you kill him.
I tried to drone it out.
Damn it.
Oreo's about to get banned. Oreo's about to get banned.
Op 4 eliminated. Friendly mission successful.
Yeah, but where my drone was set up, Divine, like you should have seen him enter both doors. Like,
No, he ran in. Well, first I was on the other drone. I was flicking through on the one and the other. He didn't walk or crawl.
yeah,
He just
it just sucks. Like both my deaths have been shit so far.
I mean, I died to BS2 with the run now.
Andrew, all right, Andrew, motherfucker. Like both of my shit right now. Like, what do you want me to do? It was 1v4. Nobody was given a call out. That round, I got shot in the fucking back opening a soft hatch because I had to put the fuse down. Because if I didn't put the fuse down, people would have shot the fucking hard breach off the soft hatch. So I had to cover my hard breach there. I had a drone set up. I did everything right and still died. What do you fucking want me to do?
That's just how the game is. Even if you do everything right. Let me know when you get the wall.
About to get it right now. Oh, he fucking got the hatch. He's on the next to the car, next to the little pillars, like straight to the left. Right here, he's there. Right there where I shot him at.
That's on me.
I can't say shit. I'm 0-3. Like, man, I literally hate the headshot mechanic on this game.
Oh, dang, I wish we had put one.
See, this is what I hate about ranked. I'm 0-4, and I don't feel like I've really lost a gunfight yet. Razor Bloom and yellow. Oh, Buck's in the fucking back. God damn it, man. Like, the teammate getting aggressive. Like, he got aggressive and couldn't shoot either. Like, I know I'm 0-5, but like, he's worse. He's a worse player than I am.
Pushing me. I'm in construction now.
Where? Shot me in the hallway.
That's where you get
hallway.
for camping.
Dude, 0-6. Like, all right, go show me a gunfight I actually lost. Please go show me a gunfight I actually lost.
You lost 6 of them.
I did lose 6 of them. I got shot in my back through 4 of them.
Yeah, that's not a gunfight. You get killed on your back.
There's not no situation, motherfucker. Like literally, we're overroamed. We overroamed. We started with a man up. We should even pretty much had a roam game.
Wings, we played a man down the whole game. You went 0-6. Just accept that you had a
Oh,
bad game.
I didn't have a bad game, motherfucker.
Oh, you just went 0-6 and you said you didn't have a bad game? Bro, it's a bad game.
All right.
He's gonna ban him. He's banning him. Oreo's getting banned. Oreo's getting banned. Removed from squad. No, Oreo. R.I.P. Oreo. R.I.P. Oreo in the chat. R.I.P. Oreo. You fought a good fight, brother. You tried. You tried to talk some sense into him. You tried to push back, and he did the old remove from squad. Oh, I love Wings. I love Wings so fucking much. He removed that guy. Oh, shit. I'm dark as fuck, bro. If I take off my glasses and if I close my eyes, can you see me? If I take off my glasses and close my eyes, can you see me? Can you see? Could you see me? All I gotta do is laugh. Hey, I love you. See me? Natural LEDs. I got natural LEDs. Oh, big up the natural LED gang, innit? Yeah? Just smile. The whole room lights up. It's like the opposite of the Bernie Mac joke. Take out my dick, the whole room gets dark. My joke will be, you know, I smile in a dark room, the whole room lights up. My one sounds obviously worse, but still. R.I.P. Bernie Mac. R.I.P. the legend that is Bernie Mac. R.I.P. Bernie Blood Clark Mac. let's continue. Let's continue. If you're enjoying what you see what you like, please like the stream down below. Don't be lame. Help a brother out. I'm a young minority streamer from a bad neighborhood. You know, yeah. If you like minorities, like the stream, okay? If you're good with minorities, if you're about affirmative action, right? If you want to rewrite the balances of this horrible system we're in at the moment, then make sure you like the stream right now. I appreciate you. Continuing on. Have you guys seen this? Allegedly, Kill Tony is moving to Texas. Kill Tony is moving to Netflix. That is according to this post on the Kill Tony subreddit. I'm not sure if it's true. I'm not sure if it's right. But allegedly, they're moving to Netflix. Let's hear Tony Hinchcliffe tell these very large men that he's moving to Netflix.
Thank you so much. Build that road skill. It's a money game. Wait till you see the deal me and Netflix are about to make. I've never heard of anything like it before. Let's fucking go. The only thing comparable is the Spotify deal.
Oh, did you hear that? Did you hear the little man? Did you hear the little man in his little jacket? His little rider jacket. Did you hear him? His little vest. Oh, that's his vest, actually. Did you hear him in his little vest? He said, wait till you hear the deal I'm about to do with Netflix. You've never heard anything like it. One more time.
Thank you so much. Build that road skill. It's a money game. Wait till you see the deal me and Netflix are about to make. I've never heard of anything like it before. Let's fucking go. The only thing comparable is the Spotify deal.
Ooh, interesting. So most likely, I would assume because the YouTube audience is super big still, they will probably still have a presence on YouTube. Most likely. But maybe the big events will be on Netflix. Maybe there'll be a opportunity to do some sort of development deal thing. Yeah, maybe that'd be a thing. That'd be pretty sick. Imagine if they do a thing where they have Kill Tony do a deal with Netflix. He'd negotiate something where he gives two comedians a chance to do a Netflix special. So if you're one of the good ones on Kill Tony, you get a chance to maybe get a Netflix special deal at the end of it. Like a prize. A bit lame, a bit GAY, but as a comedian, that'll be something to look forward to. Or they change the entire model and it all goes behind a paywall on Netflix and not through their own site. And it becomes its own thing, like a long-running series or something. It becomes, like a late night show with that element of the potluck for the comedy thing. Maybe that's what it comes. Maybe that's what it becomes. You never know. Either way, it's obviously on the cards. It was blatantly obvious what's going to happen. They made a big deal out of including Kill Tony in the Tom Brady roast. The Tom Brady roast was probably the most edgiest thing Netflix have done in the last 10 years or so. And I thought when I watched it at first, and I said it in the Patreon, check out my Patreon, by the way, new episodes out there in a moment, patreon.com/Agostino, register on there. It's only $1 a month. There's other tiers too, but there's loads of shit on there. Check it out. But when I was reviewing the Tom Brady roast on there, I did mention that it did seem like an intentional thing. They were purposely giving comedians on the Tom Brady roast license to say whatever they want, be as edgy as they want, be as risque and push the envelope as much as they want, because it felt like they were trying to change the theme, the narrative around what they do and make it less quote-unquote woke and be a little bit more, on the edgier side of things. And what better way to do it than obviously having Kill Tony as the main flag bearer, because anything goes on that show. So I think that's what may happen. I think. But if you're a Kill Tony fan, you won't be happy. If you're a Kill Tony fan, you definitely won't be happy that they're doing it. Let's just see some of the comments on Reddit. What they're saying. Let's see the comments. What are the Kill Tony community people saying about this potential deal? It's got to be just for the big events, right? I don't really see them leaving YouTube. That's my guess, shot in the dark. But I imagine if every week was Kill Tony live on Netflix, YouTube could still get episode 3 weeks later like they currently do. That's such a good point. They hosted the roast with Tom Brady, which I would argue is more edgy than Kill Tony is sometimes. Seriously, worth the watch if you haven't seen it. Cool. It's actually a good subreddit. People actually like the show on here. GAY, somebody says here. I always thought he was sitting during his shows. Now I'm not sure. He looks so different from this angle. More alien-like. More gayer too, someone says. He'd get gay bashed at Coldplay concert with that jacket. From the belly room to Netflix, fucking wild, to be honest. Fuck Netflix, someone says. But it's a funny thing, though. I think somebody mentioned it. I think it was Red Bar. Red Bar made a good point about this. Like, these comedians for a long time have conditioned their fans to believe that Netflix and all these major streaming platforms and production companies and whatever are the devil. They're anti-comedy. They're anti-fun. They're going to take the fun out of comedy. They're pro-cancel culture. They're pro-censorship. You know, all that sort. They're pro-deplatforming. But now, all of these same guys are now running at the chance to link up with these platforms. They don't want to do it on their own. They talk about independence and doing it by themselves and being, you know, rebels and stuff. But really and truly, they all really want acceptance from these major platforms. And the moment they get an opportunity, they run at it and they accept it. I don't think I've heard of a single comedian so far in that Joe Rogan orbit who's turned down a Netflix deal. I don't feel a single one who said, nah, I'd rather do it on my own. I'd rather have control of my own thing. I'd rather bet on myself, as Brendan would say. I'd rather make all the money for myself, not split it. I know that a single comedian turned down Netflix. Not one. It's been a good ride. RIP Kill Tony. They finally killed him. This time they're going to let him keep his special on there for two whole weeks. Lols. That'd be funny. Yeah, that's part of the deal. Tony Hinchcliffe negotiates where he gets like 6 specials locked in. If Netflix want Kill Tony, he gets to have 6 specials locked in. And you have to pay him up front. I'm happy he's getting his payday, but I miss watching Kill Tony. God, that jacket is so bad. The way he holds his jacket like a cop holds onto the bulletproof vest. Yeah, that's a good point. See, now I can't watch Kill Tony is what you're saying, and I thought it's never gonna stop watching Kill Tony. I hate when people I hate when people that I like and I support make it. This is like Green Day making Good Riddance all over again. That's actually a good point. It was a nice ride, fellas. Can we keep anything to do with Barstool far away from Kill Tony? I will generally be disappointed if this happens. They will not be able to get away with half of the stuff they currently do. They will have to seriously work to twice as creative and inventive to get around the censors and still be funny. Remember Norm Macdonald has a show? It was nowhere near as funny as Norm Macdonald Live was, despite having more or less the same format. The only difference was being Netflix involvement. That's a good point. Not trying to be negative here, trying to see Tony and Red Band get ahead and make money they deserve. I really feel like the vibe of the show will change a lot and probably not be for the best, but I hope I'm proven wrong. Oh, not looking good for Kill Tony fans. Most likely the show's going to suffer. It's not going to be as good anymore. We all know it. We all know what the deal is, unfortunately. We can all see the tea leaves, right? We all know what the deal is. But obviously for these guys it's good because they get a big payday after doing the show probably for not a lot of money and struggling for a long time. Now you get all that fame. It's probably a good thing if you're a fan of those guys. But, you know, there's got to be a part of you that's got to be a little bit jealous as a fan also. But hey, what can you do? Part and parcel of being a fan. Part and parcel of being a fan. What do you guys think in the stream chat? Should never given that ninja any money, lols. If you're a Kill Tony fan, you do not deserve happiness, B. Big up, Super Jello. That's not fair. Stephen Castaneda. So no more ads on Kill Tony now. You'd hope so, brother. Stephen Castaneda, you'd hope so. But not confirmed. Remember when Rogan went to fucking Spotify? I fucking hated that because I pay for Spotify Premium. So I'm listening to the podcast and I'm getting forced ads. And when I try to skip them, it moves me back to the beginning of the podcast. I was like, oh, you motherfucker. You cheeky motherfucker. You got 200 mil up front from Spotify. They get your entire library of pods and they still want to hard bake ads for me that I can't skip. Unskippable ads. And then if I try and skip them, it punishes me by sending me to the beginning of my episode. So I can't be in a place where I was at before. I hated that so much, man. Hated it so much. Anyway, Let's brighten up the mood and play this clip, courtesy of Stand Up subreddit. I forgot the comedian's name. What's his name? What's his name? Is it Carl Kinnigan? Is that his name? It's Carl something, right? Carl Kinnigan. I think his name is Carl Kinnigan. But big up the podcast, the Stand Up subreddit for the post. This is a guy called Kyle Kinnigan, and the title is "Jam Bands Aren't My Thing." Really? Oh, it is. Sorry, he posted it. Sorry, he posted it himself. Kyle Kinnigan. Big up Kyle Kinnigan. Really funny clip. Watched it before. Really hilarious. Hopefully you guys find it funny too.
If jam bands are your thing, good for you. Bless your heart on that stuff. I do not hear a jam. I never hear a jam. I hear 5 stepdads who do not know how to end a song. That's what I hear. I don't care what name of the band you tell me it is. It's one band that names them all. It's called Noodly Lou and the Turd Herders. And it's 5 dads in cargo shorts, and one guy wants to end it. You know, one guy in the band. There's no end to this joke. It just goes on. In being faithful to that genre of music, the joke just goes on until everybody's like, we do have to get out of here. That really...
Oh, no. Am I the only one laughing at that? I like that. I enjoyed that. Big up Carl Kinnigan. Kainana. However you pronounce his name. Apologies. Big up Kyle. I enjoyed that clip. Nobody else enjoyed it, I don't think. Judging by the response to the stream chat, I was the only person that found that funny. I found that hilarious. Let's continue on. Let's do. We've done that. We've done this. We've done that. Oh, we gotta do. Actually, how long have I been on? Oh, 4 hours. God damn. Okay, cool. What else we need to do here? E-bikes, we got L1 guys, we got already. We've done that already. Actually, yeah, let's take a break for now. Let's take a break. Okay, it's Kyle Kian. Okay, Keenan. Okay, cool. Big up Chris Mack. Appreciate you. Cool. Let's take a break for now. Let's take a break for a couple of hours. I'm going off to have some din-dins. And then I'll come back and we'll do Chin Watch. Okay? I'll come back for another stream. We'll do Chin Watch. We'll do Chin Watch for another stream. Or actually, should I do Taz? No, I'll do Chin Watch. We'll do Chin Watch, okay? So come back in a bit. We'll do Chin Watch in a couple of hours, all right? So come back. I'll get some din-dins and we'll do some Chin Watch, all right? Cool. So have a break. Chill, relax. Yeah, of course, Game Bread. But yes, when I say, I say. So we're gonna come back in a couple of hours and we'll do Chin Watch. All right. So I'll put I'll actually schedule the stream. I'll schedule the stream so you guys can see it. So it'll be there. All right. So we'll do a Chin Watch. We'll do a Chin marathon, back to back Chin Watch, and then we'll go from there. So thank you for chilling. And yeah, I promise. I'll schedule a stream now. I'll schedule it. So I'll schedule a stream so you can see it. Thank you for tuning in, people. Appreciate all of you. Take care. Be safe. And I'll see you guys in a couple of hours, all right? Cool. Peace. Yeah, Pinky promise. Of course, I'll be there. Trust me. Believe me. I'll be there. Believe me, I'll be there. As an outro, let me actually play that song. Where's that Kiki song? What the fuck's that Kiki song? What's it called? Is it Kiki? As an outro, let's play the Kiki song before we leave. Let's play the Kiki song as an outro because that's a fun thing to do. Where's Kiki? Where's 2C Kiki? There you go. Let's play this rapey Kiki song because it's fucking hilarious. Big up everybody. Appreciate you. We out. Peace. Let's go. Come on, Kiki. Give it to me. There you go.
2C baby Kiki. Take me a shot, spin a few blocks, fuck me a thought, stones in my socks, millionaire pots, pick when I talk, bitch what you thought, shh when I talk, Kiki, 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 take me a shot, spin a few blocks, fuck me a thought, stones in my socks, millionaire pots, pick when I talk, bitch what you thought, shh when I talk, Kiki, 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 Elevation Studio getting elevated. This the winner circle, bitch, we getting hella paper. I ain't shaking your hand, you a fucking hater. I remember back then I used to ride a scraper. Kiki, he on, he just bought the Hemi. Kiki, he on, he just bought the Semi. Kiki, he on, fuck bitch by the plenty. Kiki, he on, he might buy a Bentley. Kiki, he on, he flies a kite. One look in the eye, we fucking the night. Kiki, he on, I'm giving a pipe. Bet it on Kiki, I'm rolling the dice. Kiki, 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 Kiki. Take me a shot, spin a few blocks, fuck me a thought, stones in my socks, millionaire pots, pick when I talk, bitch what you thought, shh when I talk, Kiki, 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 Kiki. Take me a shot, spin a few blocks, fuck me a thought, stones in my socks,